Chapter 27:56. If it was exposed that Juan was an overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, even though she was not even 100 years old, it would definitely bring her a lot of trouble. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want Juan Er's age to be exposed. There was no way he could change the fact that Juan Er's strength had been exposed. As long as she hid her age, no one would be interested in her cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities. However, I have a feeling that Juan Er's celestial methods and divine abilities are not as simple as heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Not long ago, Duan Lingtian had tried to teach her the only heaven-grade divine ability he had mastered, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, in the end, nothing came of it. It was not that Juan could not comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, but her assist-type divine abilities were of a higher grade than the elementary devouring tactic. The reason she was unable to display strength that was comparable to the elementary devouring tactic was because she had yet to comprehend the divine ability to its highest level. She still had a long way to go. It was not just assist-type divine abilities, but other divine abilities and celestial methods as well. Juan Er's celestial methods, divine abilities, and cultivation methods were extremely profound. All of these came from Juan Er's inherited memories. Juan had tried to teach Duan Lingtian her cultivation methods, but Duan Lingtian discovered he could not cultivate them. As for celestial methods and divine abilities, since Juan had yet to fully comprehend them, she would not be able to teach them to Duan Lingtian in a short period of time. She would have to wait until she fully comprehended the celestial methods and divine abilities. Moreover, Juan Er's cultivation methods were not suitable for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, no one dared to say Juan would be able to teach her celestial methods and divine abilities after she fully comprehended them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had never thought about obtaining Juan Er's celestial methods and divine abilities. Juan even if you don't participate in the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, you can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect with me in the future. Moreover, the selection is meaningless. It's already difficult for me to find an opponent, let alone you. Duan Lingtian continued. He knew that Juan was only interested in today's selection because she was curious and thought it would be fun. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Juan nodded obediently. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Lingtian. Brother Duan. After waiting for a while, Long Feiyun's voice came from outside. It's time to go. Let's go. Upon hearing Long Feiyun's voice, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, brought Juan and Long Feiyun out of the courtyard. Qiuling followed behind Long Feiyun as usual. Brother Duan, Miss Juan Upon seeing Duan Lingtian and Juan Long Feiyun greeted them enthusiastically with a bright smile on his face. For the past 10 days, Long Feiyun could even sleep and dream with a smile on his face. This was because he knew Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. It would be a piece of cake for Duan Lingtian to become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian and Juan walked side by side with Long Feiyun, who was leading the way. With Qiuling escorting them, they made their way to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's selection venue for the grand contest of the Wasteland. Brother Duan, the selection will be held in Su Rong Palace in the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Su Rong Palace was built after the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was founded. Along the way, Long Feiyun broke the silence and said, Su Rong Palace is named after a man named Su Rong. He's the right-hand man of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He's the reason the Long clan was able to establish the kingdom. For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Su Rong never married nor adopted any children. After he was killed while protecting the imperial family, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom built a temporary residence named Su Rong Palace to commemorate him. Su Rong Palace is a place where the imperial family's disciples sparred with each other. The imperial family named Su Rong Palace because the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom wanted us to remember Su Rong, who risked his life for him and died protecting him. Long Feiyun spoke, frankly with assurance. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huan, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying Long Feiyun's words. That's Su Rong Palace. The statue in the middle of the square in front of Su Rong Palace is Su Rong's statue. Long Feiyun pointed at a majestic palace and said to Duan Lingtian and Huan, there's no need for you to be so kind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the pavilion in front of him and the statue in the middle of the square in front of the pavilion. The statue was of a middle-aged man. He was tall and had a dignified look on his face. He held 2 hammers in his hands, and his head was raised. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. The statue was more than 30 meters tall, and it stood there like a small mountain. Those are the people from the mansions. Duan Lingtian saw a group of people walking towards Su Rong Palace from all directions. At this moment, Long Feiyun's voice rang in the air. 13th brother, where are the young powerhouses you recruited? Why don't I see them? A familiar figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Long Qinyin, the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, whom he had met at the Nian clan's auction house. The black-clad old man was standing behind Long Qinyin. However, when the black-clad old man saw Qiu Ling standing behind Long Qinyin, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It was obvious he had realized he was no match for Qiu Ling after their battle at the Nian clan's auction house. Don't tell me you're giving up? Long Qinyin came in front of Long Feiyun and asked with a mocking smile. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. 7th brother, it seems like you're very confident. I'm sure your confidence comes from this person, right? If it was in the past, Long Feiyun would have flipped out with Long Qinyin. However, he was exceptionally calm today. Not only was he not angry, but he even greeted Long Qinyin with a smile on his face. Then, he looked at the person next to Long Qinyin. Next to Long Qinyin was a young man with a cold face who looked like a coffin. If I'm not mistaken, you're Feng Wu Jiguang from the Grand Prestige Mansion, right? Long Feiyun asked as he looked at the young man next to Long Qinyin. The smile on his face did not falter, even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 13th Prince. Feng Wu Jiguang nodded at Long Feiyun. Today, I'm representing the 7th Prince, not the Grand Prestige Mansion. I only hope that the young powerhouses you've recruited won't disappoint me. 13th Prince. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Long Feiyun's eyes when he saw how the young man dared to provoke him even though he had treated him politely. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. I believe you won't be disappointed. Long Feiyun looked at Feng Wu Jiguang meaningfully. I'll wait and see. After Feng Wu Jiguang finished speaking, he closed his eyes. It was obvious he did not intend to continue speaking. 13th brother, I'm also looking forward to the performance of the young powerhouses you recruited. Long Feiyun's expression darkened slightly when Feng Wu Jiguang closed his eyes. Long Qinyin laughed and added, You should hurry up and invite them. However, it's best if you get them here as soon as possible. If they're late, the remaining people in the selection are all powerhouses. They might not even be able to win a single round. Ha 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 ha. After mocking Long Feiyun for a while, Long Qinyin laughed and led Feng Wu Jiguang and the black-robed old man to Su Rong Palace before Long Feiyun could reply. As Long Qinyin and the black-clad old man passed by, the people from the various mansions automatically parted to form a path for them. Based on this, one could see Long Qinyin's influence in the mansions was quite high. From the beginning until the end, Long Qinyin had intentionally ignored Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. After all, he did not dare to provoke them before confirming their identities. Brother Ling Tian, that seventh prince is so annoying, Huan Er said unhappily. Don't worry about it. Although Feng Wu Jiguang's strength is not bad, he's nothing compared to Brother Duan. Although he's strong, he's nothing. I'm afraid his wishful thinking of becoming the first prince in the selection is going to fall through. Long Fei Yin comforted Huan, or after his expression calmed down. Humph! That person isn't worthy of being compared to my brother Ling Tian. Huan scoffed when she heard Long Fei Yin's words. Her tone was slightly displeased. Yes, you're right, Miss Huan Feng Wu Jiguang isn't worthy of being compared to Brother Duan. He's not even worthy of carrying Brother Duan's shoes. Long Fei Yun chimed in. This girl. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then he led Huan and Long Fei Yun into Su Rong Palace. During this time, Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince, was not as intimidating as Long Qinyin, the 7th prince. Most of the people from the mansions did not avoid him. In the end, Qiuling had to reveal his aura as a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial to make way for him. Soon after, Long Xiangyin, the 4th prince, and the other princes arrived as well. The people from the mansions arrived one after another. His Majesty has arrived. Chapter 27:57. The Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a tall middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long black hair was draped over his back. When he came in, a middle-aged man followed closely behind him. There were also 6 elderly people following behind him. They were divided into 2 groups, with 3 on each side. They were protecting him on his left and right like an iron wall protecting him. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom entered, the people in the spacious hall of Su Rong Palace immediately bowed and greeted him. Only a few people did not bow at all. These few people included Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There was also a young woman standing next to the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. She was none other than Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. Shuqiu is here as well. Only 3 people did not bow at all. Naturally, they attracted a lot of attention. Even Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, had noticed them. However, his gaze soon landed on Zhou Shuqiu again, and he greeted her with a kind smile. Your Majesty. Zhou Shuqiu nodded indifferently in response to the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping was not angry at all. Instead, he walked up to Zhou Shuqiu and said with a smile, Shuqiu, how many times have I told you that I'm your uncle? In the future, no matter what the occasion is, you can just call me uncle. There's no need to be so formal. Your Majesty, this is a public occasion after all. It's inappropriate for me to call you uncle. Zhou Shuqiu shook her head. Forget it. You've always been like this. Once you've made up your mind, you won't change your mind. You've been like this since you were young. Long Dongping shook his head. After he finished speaking, he looked at Long Xiangyin, the 4th prince, who was standing next to Zhou Shuqiu, and said solemnly, 4th prince, you have to treat Shuqiu well. If you make her unhappy, don't blame me for punishing you. Don't worry, father. Shuqiu is my cousin. I'll definitely take good care of her. Long Shangyun hurriedly replied. At the same time, he was puzzled. He couldn't figure out why his cousin would be interested in today's selection. She even came with his little cousin, Zhou Shudong. Shuqiu, I still have to preside over today's selection, so I won't stay here any longer. If you have any needs, just look for 4th brother. If he makes you unhappy, just say the word and I will send him to the cold palace for a few days. Long Dongping then looked at Zhou Shuqiu and said with a doting expression. He spoke as if Long Shangyun was not his biological son, and Zhou Shuqiu was his biological daughter. Yes. Zhou Shuqiu nodded and didn't say anything else. When Long Dongping left, the middle-aged man and the 6 old men behind him greeted Zhou Shuqiu at the same time. Miss Shuqiu. When they greeted him, their tone was full of respect, and they did not dare to slight him in the slightest. If Zhou Shuqiu was an ordinary woman, she would have been shocked to receive such treatment. After all, apart from Long Dongping, who was the supreme emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the 7 men who followed him were all pillars of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Most of them were heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Only 2 of them were earth-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Naturally, the earth-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials who followed the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were not ordinary earth-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was second to none among the earth-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. They were almost as strong as heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. However, none of them were surprised by Zhou Shuqiu's treatment. Instead, they felt it was only natural. In their eyes, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high and mighty figure. However, Zhou Shuqiu's other identity was even more extraordinary. She was the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Such a person was not someone the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could compare to. Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan as he made his way to the stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. Who are these 2 people? Even Shu Qiu can't do anything to them. As the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, although this was his first time meeting Duan Lingtian and Huan, he had long been aware of their existence. He had even investigated their origins. However, he did not manage to find anything useful in such a short time. The intelligence network of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can't compare to the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect's intelligence network. Since Shu Qiu didn't do anything to them, even after learning that her younger sister had suffered such a huge loss, it's very likely she already knows about their background. Moreover, they're not simple. For this reason, even though Duan Lingtian and Huan are rude to him, he did not make a fuss about it. If it were 2 people whose backgrounds were far inferior to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family, he would have been furious. He would have ordered them to be punished for being disrespectful in front of him. Didn't they say that the white-clad woman is younger than 100 years old? It seems like the rumors aren't true after all. After Long Dongping extended his divine consciousness, he discovered the aura of Huan who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, did not belong to someone younger than 100 years old. For a moment, he thought the rumors were unreliable. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian and Huan. After all, even Zhou Shuqiu would not dare to offend them. He was unaware of the reason Zhou Shuqiu did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have thought this way. Brother Lingtian, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, used his divine consciousness to probe me earlier. Since she had become an earth-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, it was easy for her to sense the emperor's divine consciousness. After all, the emperor's cultivation base was only 1 stage higher than hers. I think he's trying to probe your age. As for your cultivation base, he doesn't have the ability to do so, Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not have the defective metal piece to protect her soul and conceal her cultivation base, as 1,000 phantoms ice fox, her soul was protected by the power of inheritance. Due to this, it was difficult for others to detect her cultivation base through the aura of her soul. Duan Lingtian was aware of this. Everyone, Shortly after, Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stepped onto the stone platform in the middle of the main hall of Surong Palace. He looked around and announced, "I'm sure everyone knows the rules of today's selection. I won't say much about them." Long Dongping did not beat around the bush and announced the start of the selection. Everyone present already knew the rules of today's selection. The powerhouses under the age of 100 would compete with the powerhouses under the age of 100 that were recruited by the princes. The most outstanding 50 would be given a spot in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to participate in the grand contest of the Wasteland. The 50 people would be divided into the princes and the princes. The strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and the strongest powerhouse in the princes and princes, respectively. However, once the powerhouses were in the princes or princes faction, they would not be allowed to change their positions. Take Feng Wu Jiguang, the Violet Sun Golden Celestial who is less than 100 years old from the Grand Prestige Mansion, as an example. Initially, everyone thought he would represent the Grand Prestige Mansion in the selection. Who would have thought he would represent the 7th prince? For this reason, he would belong to the prince's faction. Regardless of whether he could win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland, he would not be allowed to participate in the competition between the princes and princes. This was done to prevent one person from obtaining the title of number 1 prince and number 1 prince for both a prince and a mansion. In any case, today's selection was very humane. Soon after, the selection began. Since Feng Wu Jiguang was a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who was less than 100 years old, the appearance of indigo sun golden celestials did not cause much of a commotion. Feng Wu Jiguang hasn't made his move yet. If he makes his move, it'll be easy for him to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. At this moment, many people in Surong Palace shared the same thought. As time passed, Feng Wu Jiguang made his move as well. He was invincible and unstoppable. The top 50 powerhouses were about to be selected. 13th brother, why aren't your people here yet? Long Qinyin, the 7th prince, and Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince, were standing far away from each other. He sent a voice transmission to Long Fei Yin. It seems like you've given up because you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the wasteland. What a pity. In fact, even if you know it's impossible for you to win the title of the strongest powerhouse in the Wasteland Grand Contest, you shouldn't give up. Who knows? Father might even praise you if you find a few young powerhouses who are qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. If you can't even find a young powerhouse who's qualified to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest, Father might dislike you even more. Haha. Long Qinyin could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his voice transmission. Humph! Long Fei Yin snorted when he heard Long Qinyin's words. The young powerhouses, I found, have arrived a long time ago. 7th brother, you must have a problem with your eyes. When Long Fei Yin said this, he was just short of calling Long Qinyin blind. Hearing Long Fei Yin's words, Long Qinyin flew into a rage. Whoosh! Chapter 27:58. Why did he go up there? Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's actions, the 7th prince, Long Qinyin, who was enraged by Long Fei Yin's words, was horrified. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would go up there. Could this purple-clad young man be a disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? Since he already belonged to a sect, it was reasonable to say that he would not be interested in the Wasteland Grand Tournament, nor would he participate in it. After all, the purpose of the Wasteland Grand Contest was to recruit disciples from the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Why is he here? When Long Qinyin saw Duan Lingtian's actions, Long Xiangyin, the 4th prince, was stunned as well. On the other hand, Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Long Xiangyin, had a glint in her eyes as she muttered to herself, I didn't expect him to participate in the selection. It seems like he's interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu did not tell anyone that she had come to observe the selection held by the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom because she suspected Duan Lingtian would come. After all, based on her investigation, Duan Lingtian might not have a powerful background. If Duan Lingtian did not have a powerful background and did not belong to a sect, it was very likely that he would join one of the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland through the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland were the most suitable path for someone without a powerful background. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, so it was not impossible for him to represent Long Fei Yun in the Wasteland Grand Contest. However, even if Zhou Shuqiu thought so, she was not 100% certain that Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Wasteland Grand Contest. At this moment, she was completely certain. It seems like he doesn't belong to a sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. Generally speaking, it was impossible for someone who belonged to a sect to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. This was because the outstanding participants of the Grand Contest of the Wasteland would be accepted by the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Although they could reject the Grand Contest of the Wasteland, they would not receive the Grand Contest of the Wasteland's rewards. Therefore, those who belonged to sects would not be so bored as to participate in the Wasteland Grand Competition. Of course, there's another possibility. He's only participating in today's selection to obtain a spot to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. He doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest. Zhou Shuqiu's heart sank when she thought of this. Perhaps the reason he's participating in the selection is to help the 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, become the number 1 prince. Perhaps he'll admit defeat during the Wasteland Grand Contest. That way, he won't be related to the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. For a moment, Zhou Shuqiu felt that Duan Lingtian might have an extraordinary background. One day, I will find out your background, Zhou Shuqiu muttered to herself as she stared at Duan Lingtian's back. Sister, why did he go up there? Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was standing next to Zhou Shuqiu, was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian on the stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. In her opinion, this purple-clad young man was from a major sect outside of the Wasteland. If that was the case, why did he participate in today's selection? How could someone who belonged to a sect join the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest? Zhou Shuqiu replied to Zhou Shudong's question. Perhaps he doesn't intend to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest and enter the three major celestial sects of the Wasteland. Perhaps he's only participating in today's selection to help the 13th prince become the number 1 prince. Realization dawned on Zhou Shudong when she heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. She relayed Zhou Shuqiu's words to Long Xiangyin, the 4th prince. So that's how it is. Hearing that it was Zhou Shuqiu who said that, coupled with the fact that her words could solve the doubts in his heart, Long Xiangyin also felt that this was the truth of the matter. For a moment, a smile appeared on his face. Old 7th, you've put in so much effort to become the number 1 prince in the selection. You even colluded with the Grand Prestige Mansion and asked Feng Wu Jiguang to help you. You didn't expect the mantis to stalk the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, right? Long Xiangyin smiled mockingly as he looked at Long Qingyin, the 7th prince. To be honest, if either his 7th brother or 13th brother had to become the number 1 prince in the selection, he would rather his 13th brother win. This was because, although his 13th brother was outstanding in all aspects, his father did not favor him. Even if he became the number 1 prince in the selection, he would not be able to ascend to the throne of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, his 7th brother was different. His seventh brother was similar to him in all aspects. Both of them were doted on by their father. If his seventh brother became the number one prince in the selection, his father would definitely look at him in a different light. Long Xiangyin did not want that to happen. After all, if that happened, the balance between him and his seventh brother would be broken. How did he get up there? At this moment, the seventh prince, the fourth prince, and the others were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was dumbfounded. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who he thought had an extraordinary background would rise to the stage. As far as he knew, the purple-clad young man seemed to be a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. However, even if he was a great overarching golden celestial, he should be a disciple of a powerful sect outside the wasteland. How could a young powerhouse who belonged to a sect participate in the wasteland grand contest? Even if he did, would he join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? It seems like he wants to become the number one prince in the wasteland grand contest. However, he might not join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland on behalf of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Long Dongping looked at Long Feiyin and asked in a deep voice, 13, did you ask him to come here and cause trouble? Long Dongping's voice was filled with hostility and anger when he sent the voice transmission to Long Feiyin. Long Feiyin's expression turned unsightly when he heard Long Dongping's words. At this moment, buzz, 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 buzz. The sound of wind whistling could be heard coming from the center of Su Rong Palace. It was Duan Lingtian who had ascended to the stone platform in the center of Su Rong Palace. He raised his hand, and a vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his hand before it transformed into a gigantic sword that shot toward Feng Wu Jiguang. Humph! When Duan Lingtian had ascended to the stone platform, Feng Wu Jiguang had already noticed Duan Lingtian. He had also noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze on him. For this reason, he was not surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian attacking him. Instead, he snorted coldly. At the same time, Feng Wu Jiguang's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a torrent. Finally, it gathered in his hands and merged with the 7-foot-long spear. Swoosh! The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the celestial origin energy in the surroundings surged. In the next moment, the celestial origin energy in the surroundings seemed to have transformed into a gigantic python as it opened its mouth and bit at Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword. Boom! 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 Whether it was the gigantic sword or the long spear that had transformed into a snake, the void trembled and rippled. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Is that the 13th prince's subordinate? I think so. Moreover, based on his strength, it seems like he's on par with Feng Wu Jiguang. He's at least a violet sun golden celestial. I wonder if he's as strong as Feng Wu Jiguang? Who's he? I've never heard of such a person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I've never heard of him before. I don't know where it came from. In Su Rong Palace, the people from the various mansions discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they had only heard of Feng Wu Jiguang, a violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. They had never heard of a second violet sun golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, they were all curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. Boom! Rumble! Just as everyone's attention was focused on the stone platform in the middle of Su Rongom's palace, a series of deafening booms resounded in the void, as if a violent earthquake had occurred out of nowhere. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy suddenly grew in size. Its strength increased by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, everyone in Su Rong Palace noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's attack. How's this possible? Feng Wu Jiguang was, naturally, Duan Lingtian's opponent. Feng Wu Jiguang had unleashed his full strength. He thought he would be able to tie with Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to increase by a few levels in just a blink of an eye. A great overarching, golden, celestial. This thought appeared in Feng Wu Jiguang's mind in just a blink of an eye. As soon as this thought appeared, it was like a dark cloud that shrouded his heart, unable to dissipate for a long time. A great overarching, golden, celestial. Heavens! He's a great overarching, golden, celestial. Based on his aura, he's not even 100 years old. He's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old. There's a great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He's really good at hiding his strength. An uproar broke out in Su Rong Palace. Boom, 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 boom. A series of rumbling sounds resounded, followed by an earth-shattering bang. The gigantic sword formed from Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy easily destroyed Feng Wu Jiguang's attack. Even the long spear in Feng Wu Jiguang's hand was sent flying before it pierced through a pillar at the side of the hall. Boom! Chapter 27:59. Since Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Jiguang were not mortal enemies, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family had decided to withdraw most of his forces at the critical moment. Bang! For this reason, Feng Wu Jiguang was only severely injured when he slammed into the wall of Su Rong Palace. He was not killed by Duan Lingtian. Even so, Feng Wu Jiguang had lost the ability to fight. He supported himself against the wall for a long time before he managed to stand up. Thank you for showing mercy. Feng Wu Jiguang struggled to stand up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, a hint of gratitude could be seen in his eyes. He was grateful that Duan Lingtian had spared his life. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was so domineering that he felt suffocated. At that moment, he was filled with despair. He thought he was going to die. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would retract most of his forces at the critical moment, saving his life. After the suffocating feeling of being on the brink of death, Feng Wu Jiguang no longer resented Duan Lingtian. Instead, he felt grateful. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently at Feng Wu Jiguang. Then he looked at the young powerhouses on the stone platform who were younger than 100 years old. These young powerhouses were the cream of the crop. When Duan Lingtian looked at them, the group of young powerhouses regained their senses from the earlier shock. Their expressions changed when they saw the battle intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. They turned around and jumped off the stone platform in unison. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the wind reverberated in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. In just a blink of an eye, the group of people on the stone platform left the stone platform as fast as they could. It was as though there was a ferocious beast on the stone platform that terrified them. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different from a ferocious beast, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Such an existence was simply not someone they could provoke. Didn't they see how Feng Wu Jiguang, a violet sun golden immortal, was sent flying with a single blow? Moreover, from the beginning until the end, the other party didn't seem to have used any immortal artifacts. The strongest among them was only an indigo sun gold immortal. Even if all of them attacked together, there would not be a match for this perfected gold immortal who was not even 100 years old. Instead of humiliating themselves, they might as well admit defeat. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian was the only one left on the huge stone platform in the middle of Su Rong Palace. He was dressed in purple, had a handsome appearance, and had an outstanding temperament. While Duan Lingtian stood there and became the focus of everyone's attention, The eyes of the young ladies from the various great kings' mansions who had come this time repeatedly revealed extraordinary splendor. Every one of them looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. Handsome men with outstanding temperament were always the most attractive, especially when this was a zenith heaven golden immortal who was not even 100 years old. Who is he? Since when did such a person appear in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom? A great overarching golden immortal who's not even 100 years old. How deep is he that we didn't hear anything about him? After a moment of silence, a commotion broke out in the main hall of Su Rong Palace. The people from the various great kings' mansions and some of the princes whispered among themselves. They were shocked and curious about Duan Lingtian, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After all, a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old could not be easily hidden in the wasteland, let alone in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. The only exception was if he never revealed his strength in front of others. It seems like he's going to be the first prince in the selection this time. He's one of the 13th prince's men. I didn't expect the 13th prince to be the first prince in the selection this time. That's right. I'm afraid the Grand Prestige Mansion is the most regretful one this time. They thought they'd be able to help the 7th prince win the selection by lending Feng Wu Jiguang to him, who knew a great overarching golden immortal who's not even 100 years old would appear out of nowhere. The 7th prince must be so angry that he's about to vomit blood, right? As the crowd discussed among themselves, their gazes simultaneously landed on the 7th prince, Long Qinyin. Just as they had said, Long Qinyin was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought he would definitely win the selection this time. He did not expect a great overarching golden immortal who was not even 100 years old would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, this great overarching golden immortal was one of his 13th brother's men. Long Qinyin did not dare to offend this person. He must have a powerful sect backing him up. However, he still participated in the selection. This means he wants to help 13th brother win the selection. He might not participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Even if he does, he'll definitely be eliminated. Long Qinyin was certain Duan Lingtian only wanted to help 13th prince win the selection and had no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland. Father, since Long Qinyin was afraid of Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to his father, Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. If he has no intention of participating in the grand contest of the wasteland, he won't be of any help to the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, even if he wins the selection. Father, are you really going to reward 13th brother with a Duke-grade celestial weapon? Long Qingyun's words struck a chord in Long Dongping's heart, causing his expression to darken slightly. Young man. After a while, Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, young man. Everyone shifted their attention to Long Dongping, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. HM, Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping as well. The imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is holding a selection today to select the participants for the grand contest of the wasteland. Apart from that, the participants will have to do their best in the grand contest of the wasteland. Long Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a clear voice. When he reached the end of a sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked, Can you do this? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment before he continued to say, Apart from that, the participants will have to join one of the 3 major celestial sects if they have a good ranking in the grand contest of the wasteland. This, can you do it? Long Dongping asked again. What, Your Majesty, Are you suspecting that I only want to help the 13th prince win the grand contest of the wasteland and have no intention of joining the three major celestial sects of the wasteland? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Long Dongping. That's right. Long Dongping did not expect Duan Lingtian to speak his mind so bluntly. However, since Duan Lingtian had said it out loud, he was not afraid to admit it. He nodded and said, "After all, I heard that you have an extraordinary background. It's very likely that you already have a sect. Based on your Majesty's words, it seems like you know him? Your Majesty already knows about him." What's going on? How come your Majesty knows about him? But we didn't hear anything about him. Upon hearing the conversation between Long Dongping and Duan Lingtian, the people from the various mansions present on the scene were stunned. After a while, the people from the various mansions learned about Duan Lingtian's incident in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past year. Realization dawned on them. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. As soon as he arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he had injured the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shudong. The woman beside him had even killed an earth realm great, overarching golden celestial of the Zhou clan. After that, the fourth prince came to find him, but because he had some misgivings, he did not dare to touch him. Later on, the third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, returned. Although she went to look for him, she didn't touch him. Instead, she asked her younger sister, Zhou Shudong, to apologize to him. The first two matters were nothing. However, the final matter was truly shocking. The third miss of the Zhou clan, Zhou Shuqiu, was someone whom even the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom feared. Although Zhou Shuqiu was his niece, his attitude toward Zhou Shuqiu was more like a subordinate flattering a superior. This could be seen from his attitude towards her just now. Even the third miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him? With the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sex Intelligence Network, they must have found out about him. The fact that the third miss of the Zhou clan doesn't dare to touch him shows that he has an extraordinary background. He must have a powerful sect or clan backing him up. I think so too. If that's the case, it's not convenient for him to join the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, even if he participated in the grand contest of the wasteland. Right? That's not necessarily the case. However, if he's from a powerful sect, it's definitely inconvenient for him to join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. However, if he's from a powerful clan, it's fine for him to join one of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. That's right. After all, there's a fundamental difference between a sect and a clan. In Su Rong Palace, after the people from the various mansions learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they began to discuss among themselves. They speculated that Duan Lingtian was from a powerful clan. Even the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect did not dare to offend that clan. Otherwise, why would Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, be so polite to him? Sister, is he really from a powerful clan? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Zhou family's fourth young miss, Zhou Shudong, couldn't help but look at Zhou family's third young miss, Zhou Shuqiu, and asked, "Sort of." Zhou Shuqiu nodded indifferently. What else could she say at this moment? Could she say that she did not know anything? Chapter 2760. Upon hearing Zhou Shuqiu's reply, Zhou Shudong immediately informed Long Xiangyan, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Xiangyan heard about this, he immediately sent a voice transmission to his father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Xiangyan was so enthusiastic because he wanted to show off in front of his father. After all, his presence in the selection was too weak. Is that so? Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, confirmed it through voice transmission. Long Dongping's expression changed when he looked at Duan Lingtian. I plan to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Dongping and said bluntly. He did not say much, but it was a reply to Long Dongping. After the Wasteland Grand Contest, he would join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, apart from Long Dongping, the 4th prince, Long Xiangyin, and the 7th prince, Long Qinyin, were stunned. After all, it was not a good thing for Duan Lingtian to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect was the sect that ruled 13 high-rank celestial kingdoms, including the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A single word from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect could decide who would become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was close to Long Fei-yin, the 13th prince, so they could not help but worry. Long Dongping, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. Since Duan Lingtian intended to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian participating in the selection because he wanted to help the 13th prince become the number 1 prince. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland after the Wasteland Grand Contest, it would be enough for Long Dongping. After all, he would be rewarded by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The Wasteland Grand Contest, held by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland, would give generous rewards to the celestial kingdoms of the Wasteland. This was especially true for the celestial kingdoms behind the young cultivators who were ranked at the top of the rankings. They would be rewarded handsomely. Since that's the case, the number 1 prince in today's selection is the 13th prince. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Long Dongping looked at the 13th prince, Long Fei-yin, and said loudly in front of everyone. Just like that, it was decided that the prince would be the first. As Long Dongping's voice fell, some people were happy while others were sad. The one who was delighted was naturally the 13th prince, Long Fei-yun. The 4th and 7th princes, Long Xiangyin and Long Qinyin, were worried that Duan Lingtian would support their 13th brother, Long Fei-yun, after joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. That was something they didn't want to see. This was especially true for Long Qinyin. Initially, he thought that he would be able to obtain the first place in the selection by asking for Feng Wu Jiguang from the Grand Prestige Mansion. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would appear out of nowhere and help his 13th brother take the first place that should have belonged to him. This made him both depressed and aggrieved. Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? He wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a slight frown appeared on Zhou Shuqiu's face. After all, if Duan Lingtian were to stand out in the Wasteland Grand Contest, she hoped that Duan Lingtian would join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After all, she would be able to keep an eye on Duan Lingtian for her best friend, so that Duan Lingtian would not be hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler Sect. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Forget it. I'll think of a way to make him change his mind. At the very least, I'll ask Master to ask for him after the Wasteland Grand Contest ends. Zhou Shuqiu thought to herself. In her opinion, it would not be difficult for her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, to ask for Duan Lingtian from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. The reason Zhou Shuqiu was so confident was due to her lack of knowledge about Duan Lingtian's background. If she knew Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who was not even 100 years old, she would not be so confident. I really didn't expect the 13th prince to be able to find such a young powerhouse to help him become the number 1 prince in the Wasteland Grand Contest. The 13th prince is really lucky. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, it's almost impossible for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's not necessarily the case. Don't forget that the purple-clad young man said he wants to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. If he joins the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it's not impossible for him to help the 13th Prince become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Indeed, the 13th Prince is really lucky. Perhaps there's no need for him to become a high-ranking official in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. As long as he catches the eye of one of the high-ranking officials in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and becomes their disciple, they'll be able to help the 13th Prince ascend the throne with just a word from him. In the main hall of Shirong Palace, the people from the various manors were whispering to each other. They all felt that the 13th Prince was lucky to have met a young genius like Duan Lingtian. There were even many people who thought, with the help of Duan Lingtian, the 13th Prince might even become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Although their voices were not loud, as a heaven-rank overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could hear them clearly. However, he did not care about this. Although he didn't like the 13th Prince, and even felt that the 13th Prince might not be his biological son. However, if the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect intervened and allowed the 13th Prince to become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he would not object to it. After all, he was not 100% certain that the 13th Prince was not his biological son. He just didn't want him to appoint the 13th Prince as his successor. That was all. If the 13th Prince could become the next Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom on his own, he would be proud of the 13th Prince. 13th Prince, since you've won the selection, I'll keep my promise and reward you with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Long Dongping said bluntly as he looked at Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the commotion in the hall. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Long Dongping and Long Fei Yun. Duke-grade celestial weapon. That's right. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will reward the first prince with a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Even in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there are only a handful of Duke-grade celestial weapons. I wonder which Duke-grade celestial weapon His Majesty will give to the 13th Prince. Currently, there are only 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, right? The 13th Prince must be one of the 2 Duke-grade celestial weapons. Both of the Duke-grade celestial weapons are offensive celestial weapons. Regardless of which one it is, it'll be a joyous occasion for the 13th Prince. The gazes that the group of people looked at Long Feiyun were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 4th Prince and the 7th Prince, in particular, were so envious that their eyes were burning. The 4th Prince was slightly better off, but the 7th Prince was so angry that his body trembled violently. It was as though the 13th Prince had taken away something precious from him. Father, everyone thought Long Fei Yun would happily accept Long Dongping's reward. However, Long Fei Yun's expression turned solemn as he looked at Long Dongping solemnly. I don't want the Duke-grade celestial weapon. I'd like to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Even Long Dongping was taken aback. A prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dongping was aware that Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, he was unaware of Long Fei Yun's desire for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, Long Fei Yun's words were akin to exchanging a prominent celestial pill cauldron for a Duke-grade celestial pill cauldron. Did I hear wrongly? The 13th Prince said he doesn't want a Duke-grade celestial weapon? It's not just that. Based on his words, it seems like he wants to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is this a joke? Is he crazy? Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron is rare, it's only a prominent celestial weapon. It's not comparable to a Duke Duke-grade celestial weapon. Isn't he making a loss by doing this? Perhaps he knows His Majesty doesn't want to give him a Duke-grade celestial weapon, so he's willing to exchange it for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Is there a need for that? Who knows? When Long Fei-yun blurted out those words, there was an uproar in Shirong Palace. There were all sorts of comments. Is he crazy? At this moment, even the fourth prince and the seventh prince, Long Qinyin, were dumbfounded. They did not expect their 13th brother would do such a thing, exchanging a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. In their opinion, only a fool would do such a thing. Are you sure you're willing to give up a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Long Dongping looked at Long Fei-yun and asked solemnly, 13th brother, you have to think this through? Once this matter is confirmed, it'll be impossible for you to get your Duke-grade celestial weapon back. Father, I'm sure. I only want the prominent celestial pill cauldron, not the Duke-grade celestial weapon, Long Fei-yun said solemnly. 13th prince, there's no need for that. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was standing on the stone platform in the middle of Surong Palace, flew back to Long Fei-yun's side and said, as long as I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I won't lack a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, once you lose a Duke-grade celestial weapon, it'll be difficult for you to get it again. Duan Lingtian knew Long Fei-yun wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron because he wanted to give it to him. Chapter 2761. Duan Lingtian was not stupid. When Long Fei-yun, the 13th prince, asked the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duan Lingtian knew Long Fei-yun was trying to get a prominent celestial pill cauldron for him. Brother Duan, there's still some time before the grand contest of the wasteland begins. I've already made up my mind. Long Fei-yun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at his father, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and said loudly, Father, I've already made up my mind. Please exchange my Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll fulfill your wish. After getting Long Fei-yun's confirmation, Long Dongping didn't say anything more and directly agreed. Initially, Duan Lingtian was reluctant to give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to his son. However, he had already announced that he would give a Duke-grade celestial weapon to the son of the young powerhouse who was ranked first among the princes. As the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could not take back his words. Now that he heard Long Fei-yun wanted to exchange his Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron, he was naturally more than happy to do so. Although a prominent celestial pill cauldron was precious to him, it could not compare to a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Most importantly, a prominent celestial pill cauldron was merely a decoration in the hands of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was different. At this moment, even if his son wanted to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for 2 prominent celestial pill cauldrons, he would not hesitate to agree, let alone a single prominent celestial pill cauldron. With Long Dongping's words, the matter was settled. Long Fei-yun, the 13th prince, took the initiative to ask for a prominent celestial pill cauldron instead of a Duke-grade celestial weapon that was supposed to be his reward. As soon as Long Dongping finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the main hall of Surong Palace. Heavens! Did the 13th prince really exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Initially, I thought he would change his mind when His Majesty asked him about it. I didn't expect him to agree to exchange the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. I really don't know what he's thinking. A high-grade pill cauldron doesn't seem to be of any use to him, right? Don't tell me he wants to use a prominent celestial pill cauldron to attract prominent celestial alchemists to work for him. You're thinking too much. A prominent celestial alchemist is a prominent celestial alchemist. How can a prominent celestial pill cauldron attract a prominent celestial alchemist? Exactly. Even a prominent celestial alchemist who had just obtained a prominent celestial fire and became a prominent celestial alchemist would not serve someone for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. It's too easy for a prominent celestial alchemist to obtain a prominent celestial cauldron. The group of people in the main hall of Su Rong Palace could not understand Long Fei Yun's actions. They felt Long Fei Yun must be crazy to make such a decision. From the beginning until the end, none of them thought Long Fei Yun wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron because of a prominent celestial alchemist. In their opinion, even if Long Fei Yun had hundreds or thousands of prominent celestial pill cauldrons, it was impossible for him to attract a prominent celestial alchemist, let alone a prominent celestial pill cauldron. If they were prominent celestial alchemists, at the very least, they would join the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland and become a guest elder or revered elder in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. At that time, if they did not have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland would take the initiative to give them a prominent celestial pill cauldron. A prominent celestial pill cauldron might be precious in their eyes, but it was nothing compared to the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. I don't understand. Humph! What a fool! Does he think he'll be able to win Father's favor by doing this? How naive! At this moment, both Long Xiangyin, the 4th prince, and Long Qingyin, the 7th prince, felt their 13th brother was too foolish. However, even if they felt that their 13th brother was stupid, they didn't have any intention of reminding him from the beginning to the end. In fact, they were even secretly delighted. Why does he want a prominent celestial pill cauldron? Among the people present on the scene, the only one who was clear-headed was Zhou Shuqiu, the 3rd miss of the Zhou clan. Zhou Shuqiu stared at Long Fei Yun in confusion. Based on her understanding of the 13th prince, she knew he was not a rash and impulsive person. It was impossible for him to do something so foolish. Could it be that he wants a prominent celestial pill cauldron for some reason? Zhou Shuqiu could not think of a reason for Long Fei Yun's actions. However, she was certain Long Fei Yun had his reasons for doing so. At this moment, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, looked as though he was the only one who was sober when faced with the questioning gazes from the crowd. Naturally, he knew he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he'd promised Duan Lingtian that he'd find a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron for Duan Lingtian, but he'd gone back on his word. So, he could only do this to remedy the situation. Secondly, he had promised Duan Lingtian that he would find Duan Lingtian a high-grade celestial artifact cauldron. He had to do this in order to build a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, it was worth it to use a Duke-grade celestial artifact to further befriend Duan Lingtian. This 13th prince, Duan Lingtian, could naturally guess Long Fei Yun's intentions, but even so, he had no choice but to accept Long Fei Yun's favor. However, it was just as Long Fei Yun had said. There was still some time before the Wasteland Grand Contest. Even if he managed to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron in the future, he would have to wait for some time. Unless he went to the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. Perhaps I've chosen the wrong path from the beginning. There's no need for me to participate in today's selection or the Wasteland Grand Contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. Even if I don't participate in today's selection, I can still join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect as a prominent celestial alchemist. As long as I ask, not only will I be able to obtain a prominent celestial pill cauldron, but the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect will also be willing to give me a few Duke-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, it won't be difficult for me to enter the little world left behind by a celestial king and fulfill my promise to Brother Pei. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it because he did not expect to become a prominent celestial alchemist in such a short time. Forget it. Since I've chosen the Wasteland Grand Contest, I'll just continue on this path. Since I have a prominent celestial pill cauldron, I can start refining prominent celestial pills. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided not to dwell on it any longer. After Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, spoke, the selection continued. Soon after, the first prince was selected. The first place in the King Mansion was taken by a young expert from a King Mansion called the Sky Song King Mansion. This young expert was the strongest among the Indigo Sun Golden Immortals, who were less than 100 years old who had shown up today. However, he was still a far cry from Feng Wu Jiguang. Damn it! If I knew the 13th prince had such a trump card, I wouldn't have lent Feng Wu Jiguang to the 7th prince. Now, not only did he fail to become the prince, but he also failed to become the prince. The prince of the Grand Prestige Mansion was a middle-aged man with a curly beard. At this moment, his face was so gloomy that it looked like it could drip water. Duan Lingtian had lent Feng Wu Jiguang to the 7th prince because he wanted Feng Wu Jiguang to help the 7th prince obtain first place in the selection. However, now that Feng Wu Jiguang had failed to become the prince's champion, his plan to befriend the 7th prince had failed. The problem was Feng Wu Jiguang, who was supposed to become the champion of the Grand Prestige Mansion, had gone to the 7th prince's side. Due to this, he was no longer qualified to help the Grand Prestige Mansion. This made the king of the Grand Prestige Mansion extremely frustrated. As the first prince and first prince's mansion were decided one after another, today's selection came to an end. Before leaving Su Rong Palace, Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, had obtained the prominent celestial pill cauldron and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, 13th prince. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and put the prominent celestial pill cauldron away. After all, this was what he needed. After obtaining the prominent celestial pill cauldron, Duan Lingtian no longer wanted to stay in Su Rong Palace. He wanted to return to the 13th prince's residence as soon as possible to refine prominent celestial pills. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by someone. As it turns out, the 13th prince exchanged the Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron for you. The person who stopped Duan Lingtian was none other than Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan. Moreover, Zhou Shuqiu was standing in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhou Shuqiu stared at Duan Lingtian intently as she spoke. "You're so interested in me. Is it because you're interested in me like your sister? Do you want to bring me back to the Zhou clan and the Thousand Spiders celestial sect to be your boy toy?" Duan Lingtian asked meaningfully as he stared at Zhou Shuqiu. "Tui." Zhou Shuqiu, who had a serious expression on her face, turned red with anger when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She glared at Duan Lingtian. Nothing good comes out of a filthy mouth. Zhou Shuqiu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll consider joining the Thousand Spiders celestial sect after the Wasteland Grand Contest." Chapter 2762. As soon as Zhou Shuqiu finished speaking, a frown appeared on Long Fei Yun's face. He did not expect the junior sister of the sect leader of the Thousand Spiders celestial sect would try to poach Duan Lingtian from the Martial Dragon celestial sect to join the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. Although Long Fei Yun knew Duan Lingtian would not go back on his word, However, he was still displeased by Zhou Shuqiu's blatant attempt to poach Duan Lingtian from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect. However, even though he was displeased, he did not dare to offend Zhou Shuqiu. "Not interested." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently when he heard Zhou Shuqiu's words. After he finished speaking, before Zhou Shuqiu could react, He held her hand and left Su Rong Palace. Long Fei Yun was inwardly pleased when he saw this. However, he did not show it on his face. He brought Qiu Ling with him and followed after Duan Lingtian, leaving Zhou Shuqiu standing alone with an unsightly expression on her face. At this moment, Zhou Shuqiu felt that Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him as she looked at his departing figure. Since you don't want to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, I'll force you to join the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. After the Wasteland Grand Contest ends, even if you choose the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll still ask my master for you. In Zhou Shuqiu's opinion, as long as her master, the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, asked the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would definitely do her a favor and give up Duan Lingtian, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Naturally, she had such thoughts because she was unaware that Duan Lingtian was not only a great overarching golden celestial, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist. Otherwise, she would not have been so confident. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian returned to the 13th prince's residence, he began to refine the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. However, as the saying went, everything is difficult at the beginning. The process of refining the weaving overarching pill was arduous. After wasting a lot of herbs, Duan Lingtian finally grasped the knack of refining. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this because he was already mentally prepared. Previously, he could only refine primitive celestial pills. But before he could even try refining medigrade celestial pills, his chaotic divine flame had transformed to its third form, making it was comparable to a prominent celestial fire. Was a prominent celestial fire. However, the third form of the chaos divine flame is much stronger than a prominent celestial fire. The speed at which it heats the cauldron is much faster than a prominent celestial fire. Even the most famous prominent celestial fires can't heat their cauldrons as fast as my third form, primal chaos divine flame. In a quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed. The prominent celestial pill cauldron hovered in front of him. Gray flames could be seen rising from the cauldron. It was none other than the chaos divine flame. In the Devata realms, celestial alchemists had to heat their cauldrons before refining celestial pills. Before refining the celestial pills, the celestial fire would be added to the cauldron to raise the temperature of the cauldron to the maximum before refining the celestial pills. The speed of the heating process would determine the quality of the celestial fire. For example, the speed of Duan Lingtian's chaos divine flame cauldron was several times faster than some of the prominent celestial flame cauldrons he knew. Even the best prominent celestial fire would pale in comparison to the third form of the chaos divine flame. However, I can use it to refine celestial pills. Once I master the technique to refine prominent celestial pills, it won't be difficult for me to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Of course, in his heart he was more than happy. After all, he did not expect the third form of the chaos divine flame to be one of the best prominent celestial fires in the Devata realms. However, what's the chaos divine flame? Right now, this is only the third form of the chaos divine flame. I wonder how powerful it will be when it reaches the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and so on in the future. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. The profound divine metal seems to be similar to the chaos divine flame as well. The profound divine metal in my body seems to be in its second form. However, as of now, I only know that this profound divine metal can protect my soul, preventing others' divine sense and soul attacks from touching my soul. Duan Lingtian was curious about the chaos divine flame. At the same time, he thought about the profound divine metal, the defective metal piece in his soul. The profound divine metal is a fusion of the strange stone I found in my hometown on Cloud Continent. It was given to me by Xiajia, Ker's third uncle in her past life. Hold on. A second form profound divine metal? Don't tell me that strange stone and the thing Xiajia gave me are both first form profound divine metals? Once this thought arose, it was difficult to suppress it for a long time. However, although Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, he did not dare to be 100% certain. Duan Lingtian did not know his guess was correct. The thing Xiajia gave him and the strange stone he found in his hometown on Cloud Continent in the mundane realm were both first-form profound divine metals. After they had fused, they had become second-form profound divine metals. While Duan Lingtian was engrossed in refining pills in the distant world of divine offering, it was not peaceful at all. In the Xia clan in the divine offering land, as one of the top clans in the divine offering land, the Xia clan's territory was vast and boundless. Usually, the Xia clan's territory was peaceful. However, not only was the Xia clan's territory not peaceful, but it was also shrouded by a layer of dark clouds that appeared out of nowhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire Xia family territory to fall into endless darkness in an instant. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Xia clan's territory? All of a sudden, a rough voice rang out like a thunderclap. Along with the voice, a blazing and resplendent saber light flashed whoosh. The saber light rose into the air. When it shot out, it seemed as if there was no end in sight. As soon as it appeared, the dark clouds above the Xia family's territory were split into two, allowing the Xia family's territory to see the light of day once again. At the same time, the Xia family members in the Xia family's territory heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Clan Leader has made his move. I wonder who this person is. I don't think he's from the divine offering land, right? If it's not someone from the world of divine remains, then it must be someone from one of the realms that collides with the world of divine remains. Furthermore, since this person is targeting the Xia clan, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he has some grudge against us. No matter what enmity he has with us, Lord Clan Leader will make his move. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. That's hard to say. Since he dares to provoke our Xia clan, it means he's not afraid of Lord Clan Leader. Just as the Xia family clansmen in the Xia family territory were discussing fervently, the broken dark clouds in the sky gathered at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the entire Xia family territory was plunged into darkness once again. Who exactly are you? The rough voice that was like a thunderclap resounded out once more, and it was mixed with a trace of rage. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was enraged. The moment the owner of the voice finished speaking, Clan Leader Xia, do you still remember the grudge of my saber? A sharp and hoarse voice exploded in the Xia clan's territory, which had once again fallen into darkness. It traveled into the ears of everyone in the Xia clan's territory and instantly killed many of the Xia clan members with weaker cultivation. Even some of the Xia clan members with higher cultivation were injured by the shockwave. Even the powerful cultivators in the Xia family were all concentrating their minds and calming their qi as they tried their best to defend against the sound wave attack from the sharp and hoarse voice. You're Kuan Jun. The thunderous, rough voice rang out once again. This time, the anger in his voice suddenly soared. Accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, another blazing saber light soared into the sky. This saber ray was even more powerful than the previous one. After tearing apart the dark clouds in the sky, it continued to spread in all directions. It was as though it had transformed into a blazing white giant beast. It opened its bloody mouth and greedily devoured the surrounding dark clouds. At the same time, oh no, the people whom Lord Clan Leader personally ordered to be imprisoned, they're all gone. In the sky above a vast mansion in a remote corner of the Xia family's territory, several figures flew in from all directions and gathered in the blink of an eye. Among them, an elderly man in a gray, robe suddenly changed his expression and let out a cry of surprise. These people are the people whom Lord Clan Leader ordered us to keep an eye on. And now they're all gone? If Lord Clan Leader finds out about this, we'll be in big trouble. What's going on? Don't tell me that the powerhouse who came to our Xia clan's territory saved them? Impossible. Why don't you think about it? Those people are just mortals from the mundane realm. How could they have anything to do with such a powerhouse? Also, didn't you hear Lord Clan Leader call that person Kuwanjun? Kuwanjun? This name sounds a little familiar. Kuwanjun. Isn't that the powerhouse who's ranked 5th in the Land of Sanctions, a realm that's parallel to our divine offering land that was created by a supreme powerhouse? Why did he come to our divine offering land? While the group of people was discussing among themselves, a sloppy figure appeared at a place far away from the Xia clan's territory. Chapter 2763. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person immediately. The unkempt figure was none other than Xia Jie, whom he had met in the mundane realm. He was also Ker's third uncle in her past life. Everyone, the passage between the divine offering land and the Devata realms has been closed, so I can't personally send all of you back. However, with my strength, I can open a passage that only great overarching golden celestials and below can travel to the mundane realm. I'll open the passage for all of you now. You might encounter spatial turbulence, but with my strength, I can still send all of you safely to the mundane realm. As for which mundane realm you'll be sent to, it's not up to me to decide. I'm in a hurry to send all of you back because I'm worried my big brother will discover your whereabouts after he's done dealing with the powerhouse from the Land of Sanctions. As long as all of you are still in the divine offering land, you won't be able to hide from my big brother when he regains his senses. Xia Jie looked at the exquisite, palace-shaped seal in his hand. His voice traveled through the void and merged with the seal. It was as though someone in the seal was listening to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and drew a line in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! A spatial tear appeared in the air. It was unknown where it led to. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the spatial tear appeared, Xia Jie shook his hand that was holding the seal. In just a blink of an eye, silhouettes flew out of the seal. These silhouettes grew bigger and bigger until they were the size of a normal person. After these silhouettes grew to the size of a normal person, they were shrouded by a layer of dark light before they disappeared into the spatial tear. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized them immediately. The silhouettes that had come out of the seal and disappeared into the spatial tear were none other than his father, Duan Ruff, and his mother, Li Ro, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Niantian. Apart from that, there was also his daughter, Duan Xiling, Han Xuanai, whom he treated like his own sister, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and his future father-in-law, Feng Wu Dao. All of these people were captured by Yun Qin Yen, the first young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land. He used them to threaten Ker to return to the divine offering land with him. They were all Duan Lingtian's family and friends. After Yun Qin Yen had brought them back to the world of divine remains, the Xia clan leader, who was also Ker's father in her past life, had imprisoned them. He planned to use these people to coerce his daughter into marrying Yun Qin Yen. Since the realm of divine offering was about to collide with the realms created by other supreme experts, the realm battlefield would remain open for 1,000 years. Therefore, he had decided to postpone the matter for the time being and allow his daughter to marry Yun Qin Yen 1,000 years later. The spatial tear between the divine offering land and the Devata realms was closed due to the collision between the divine offering land and other realms. Therefore, the spatial tear would remain closed for as long as the realm battlefield was open, because she was unwilling to accept her fate and wanted to change it after 1,000 years. Ku had ignored Xia Jie's advice and entered the planar battlefield alone. Without these shackles, Shui, Er's life will be much easier after 1,000 years. Of course, that's only if Shui can come out of the realm battlefield alive. After the last person disappeared into the spatial tear, Xia Jie sighed. With a wave of his hand, the spatial tear disappeared. At the same time, he put away the seal in his hand. The seal in his hand was an emperor-grade celestial weapon that was similar to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. It was able to contain living beings. However, it's all thanks to Ku Wanjun, the Grand Elder of the Ku clan from the Land of Punishment. If he didn't come to the Xia clan, I wouldn't have had the chance to rescue them and send them out of the divine offering land. Xia Jie knew very well that Ku Wanjun was still alive. If it were not for the enemy attacking the Xia clan, he would not have had the chance to rescue the people imprisoned by his eldest brother. After sending off Duan Lingtian's family and friends, Xia Jie disappeared from his spot and returned to the Xia clan's territory in just a blink of an eye. As a member of the Xia clan, he naturally could not stand idly by when the enemy was attacking the Xia clan. Meanwhile, in another place, Xia Jie raised his hand and closed the spatial tear. Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, Li Fei, Duan Yentian, Duan Xiling, and the others were transported through the spatial tear with ease by the energy Xia Jie had left for them. In the end, they were sent to the same mundane realm. Originally, they were supposed to head to the same mundane plane. Even Xia Jie had thought so. However, none of them expected that when Duan Rufeng and the others were being sent to the mundane realm, the spatial turbulence on their way to the mundane realm would suddenly become restless. A rarely seen turbulent storm appeared and split Duan Rufeng and the others into a few batches before they were sent to a few mundane realms. Fortunately, they were protected by Xia Jie's energy, so they were able to enter the mundane realm safely. As soon as Xia Jie's energy came into contact with the spatial tear in the mundane realm, it forcefully tore the spatial tear in and sent them into the mundane realm. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were unaware of this. The realm battlefield. The realm battlefield in the world of divine offering would open once every 10,000 years and would last for 1,000 years. The realm battlefield could be said to be a hub that connected several parallel realms like the divine offering land. Whether it was people from the divine offering land who wanted to go to the other parallel realms, or people from the other parallel realms who wanted to go to the divine offering land, they would have to go through the realm battlefield. For example, the powerhouse from the Ku clan in the Land of Sanctions, Ku Wanjun, the Grand Elder of the Ku clan, had entered the realm battlefield from the Land of Sanctions before he went to the divine offering land. In the realm battlefield, people from several parallel realms, including the divine offering land, fought and killed each other. Every person from a parallel realm, no matter who they were, would be given a token when they entered the realm battlefield. Based on the token, one could tell which realm they came from. Moreover, people with different cultivation bases would receive different tokens. For this reason, the tokens were divided into different grades. In the realm battlefield, people from the same realm would not kill each other unless there was a personal grudge between them. This was because killing people from the same realm and merging their tokens into one's own would not give one any battle merits. Only by killing people from other realms would one be able to obtain battle merits. The battle merits mentioned here all depended on the grade of the command token. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the more battle merits they would have in their token. If a person from the world of divine remains had a token that only gave him 100 points of battle merit at the beginning, then when he killed someone from another plane who had the same cultivation level as him, the token in his hand could forcefully devour the token in his opponent's hand. Since their cultivation bases were the same, the token in his opponent's hand would also have 100 battle merits in the beginning. Under such circumstances, if he killed his opponent, the token in his hand could devour the token in his opponent's hand and steal the battle merits in his opponent's token, increasing the battle merits in his opponent's token from 100 to 200. In the realm battlefield, people would occasionally come across secret realms that contained various opportunities. If one wanted to enter these secret realms, one would need to consume battle merits. The greater the opportunity hidden in the secret realms, the more battle merits one would need to enter. Therefore, the reason why the people who entered the planar battlefield fought with their lives on a line with the people from other realms was more to rob the other side of their battle merits. They wanted to accumulate enough battle merits to enter the secret realm where they could find their fortuitous encounters. It was said that the secret realms in the realm battlefield were left behind by the supreme powerhouses who had created the divine offering land and other realms that were parallel to the divine offering land. The opportunities hidden in the secret realms were opportunities that could change one's fate. For this reason, there was never a shortage of adventures in the realm battlefield that was filled with death. After all, riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. In a certain corner of the planar battlefield, there was a loud bang. It was an extremely beautiful figure. With a raise of her hand, she heavily injured a young man and ended his life when his life was in danger. Whoosh! As soon as the young man was killed, a light green token flew out of his body and merged with the token in the hand of the woman who killed the young man. The gray light on the token in the woman's hand deepened slightly. The token that shone with a gray light represented the identity of the person who came from the divine offering land. The light green token represented the identity of the person who came from the land of punishment. My battle merits are too little. With this amount of battle merits, I can't even open the lowest level secret realms. The beautiful woman in a white dress turned her eyes slightly and glanced at the badge in her hand that was emitting a faint gray glow. She let out a long sigh. I wonder how Brother Tian is now. Has he ascended to a Devata realm? A hint of longing could be seen in the woman's eyes, as though she had recalled something. This woman was none other than Kerr. Ever since Kerr entered the divine offering land, she had been wandering in the realm battlefield. However, since her strength had not recovered to its peak, she had to be careful along the way. Although she had not been in the world of divine remains for a long time, she had already experienced a near-death experience. Even so, she did not regret coming here. Chapter 2764. In the wasteland of the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom's imperial palace, in the spirit overarching heaven. It's done! A hearty laugh instantly filled a room in the courtyard of a guest room, because there was a soundproof formation in the room. The sound inside did not spread out. The owner of the laughter was none other than the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The purple-clad young man raised his hand and put away the cauldron that was hovering in front of him. At the same time, he opened his other hand, revealing 3 dark green celestial pills lying in his palm. The dark green immortal pill lay in the purple-robed young man's palm. It seemed to be surrounded by a layer of green mist, giving people a hazy feeling. Fortunately, I have experienced refining prominent celestial pills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to refine this cauldron of overarching heaven pills. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had immersed himself in refining pills ever since he returned from Su Rong Palace. Initially, he had refined the prominent celestial pill, the weaving overarching pill. Compared to the other prominent celestial pills, the weaving overarching pill's ingredients were the most common. Moreover, it was relatively easy to refine. Even so, it still took Duan Lingtian some time before he successfully refined the weaving overarching pill. Moreover, the success rate of refining the weaving overarching pill was extremely low. He only managed to refine 2 pills. After that, Duan Lingtian continued to refine the weaving overarching pill patiently. Only after spending a long time increasing his success rate did he begin to refine other high-grade immortal pills that required more common materials, but were much more difficult to refine than the weaving sifting pill. Starting with the weaving overarching pill, he continued to refine the other prominent celestial pills. During this time, Duan Lingtian's skill in refining pills continued to improve. Eventually, Duan Lingtian asked Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince, to help him gather the ingredients needed to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. It took Long Fei Yun a long time and a lot of effort to gather the ingredients needed to refine the overarching heaven pill. If the refinement failed, Duan Lingtian would not be able to refine the overarching heaven pill again in a short period of time. After all, the ingredients needed to refine the overarching heaven pill were extremely rare, let alone the soaring dragon's celestial kingdom. In the wasteland, the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were the best places to refine the overarching heaven pill. However, it was not easy to obtain the ingredients from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Although the success rate is low, it's still my first time refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. It's already very rare for me to be able to refine 3 pills. With the 3 overarching heaven pills in hand, Duan Lingtian got out of bed and left the room to look for Huan. I'll give the overarching heaven pill to Huan to see if she can absorb the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill and improve her cultivation base. Huan is currently an Earth rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, so she can absorb the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill. However, once she breaks through and becomes a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill will be useless to her. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the backyard, he discovered Huan was not cultivating in her room. Instead, she was comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities in the backyard. Brother Lingtian. Although Huan was comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities in the backyard, she immediately noticed Duan Lingtian's arrival. She stopped comprehending celestial methods and divine abilities and happily greeted Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how did you refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill? Huan was aware that Duan Lingtian had been refining the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, for the past few days. Therefore, when she saw Duan Lingtian, she immediately asked Duan Lingtian about the overarching heaven pill. Sigh. Duan Lingtian sighed when he saw Huan's expectant gaze. Huan naturally assumed Duan Lingtian had failed to refine the overarching heaven pill. Therefore, she quickly comforted him. Brother Lingtian, it's all right if you fail. After all, the overarching heaven pill is widely acknowledged as the most difficult prominent celestial pill to refine. Even if you fail this time, there's always a next time. I'm sure you'll be able to refine the overarching heaven pill next time. Based on her words, it was clear she had faith in Duan Lingtian. Huan, what do you think these are? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Huan's words. He did not intend to tease her anymore. He raised his hand and revealed the 3 overarching heaven pills to Huan. These are Huan's eyes lit up when she saw the pills. These are the overarching heaven pills. Huan was no longer the same Huan who had just entered the world. During her time in the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom, she had used many memory celestial talismans given to her by Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom. Among the memory celestial records, there was information about the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Therefore, with just a glance, she could tell the 3 pills in Duan Lingtian's hand were prominent celestial pills, the overarching heaven pills. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Indeed, these are the overarching heaven pills. However, since it's my first time refining the overarching heaven pills, I only managed to refine 3 pills. Before Huan could respond to Duan Lingtian's words, a voice rang in the air. You refined the overarching heaven pills. A voice rang in the air and entered Duan Lingtian and Huan's ears. Their expressions changed drastically. Who's that? Who's that? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Huan raised their heads in unison to look at the sky above the courtyard. The exclamation just now had come from that direction. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huan or raise their heads to look at the sky. Swoosh! In the void above the courtyard of the guest room, a black figure appeared like a ghost. It was a person wearing a black robe with golden edges. From his burly figure, one could tell that he was a man. Based on the voice earlier, one could tell he was a man as well. The man dressed in a black robe embroidered with gold slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan. He was wearing a golden mask that completely covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance behind the mask. In addition, there was a golden token hanging on his waist. There was a scarlet word "kill" engraved on it, as if it was dyed in blood. A gold-ranked assassin. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the gold-ranked assassin's appearance. Even Huan Ai's expression turned unsightly in an instant. Duan Lingtian knew there were black market assassins in the 3 cities controlled by the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The black market assassins were divided into gold-ranked assassins, silver-ranked assassins, and bronze-ranked assassins. Among them, bronze-ranked assassins were the weakest. They were a group of great overarching golden celestials. The strongest among them was a peak, great overarching golden celestial. Silver-ranked assassins were a group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The strongest among them was a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. As for gold-ranked assassins, they were extremely rare, and each of them was a powerful celestial duke. Both Duan Lingtian and Huan had read about the black market assassins in the wasteland from the memory celestial talismans. Therefore, they were familiar with the outfits of the black market assassins. With just a glance, they could tell the person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. Naturally, there was another possibility. The person in front of them was not a gold-ranked assassin, but he was wearing a gold-ranked assassin's robe. However, both Duan Lingtian and Huan did not think that was possible at all. After all, if the person in front of them was not a celestial duke, they would not have been able to sneak into the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was guarded by peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Their divine consciousness could cover the entire imperial palace at all times. Only those who were celestial dukes and above would be able to sneak into the imperial palace without being discovered. For this reason, the person in front of them was very confident. Duan Lingtian and Huan were certain that the person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. The person in front of them was a gold-ranked assassin. You actually recognized me as a gold-ranked assassin. It seems like you know a lot about the black market assassins. The tall and sturdy man dressed in a black robe stared intently at Duan Lingtian before he shifted his gaze to Huan, who was standing at the side. At this moment, Huan was not wearing a veil or a hat. A perfect and peerless face was completely displayed in front of the burly man who admitted that he was a gold medal assassin. This caused the burly man's eyes to brighten as a stunned expression flashed across his face. What a perfect woman! It's a pity I'm not interested in women. Otherwise, I would have taken you away, even if I didn't kill you. The gold medal assassin retracted his gaze from Huan. He was like a monk with a heart as tranquil as still water. He was not interested in women at all. In fact, he did not even spare them a glance. He really is a gold-ranked assassin. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the gold-ranked assassin's words. He looked at the gold-ranked assassin solemnly and asked, "Since you're a gold-ranked assassin and you're here, are you targeting both of us?" "She's my target." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the gold-ranked assassin did not look at Huan. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and pointed at Huan. Swoosh! As soon as the gold-ranked assassin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He instinctively moved in front of Huan, and shielded her behind him. At the same time, he looked at the gold-ranked assassin warily. Swoosh! Chapter 2765. Do you think you'll be able to stop me from killing her? As soon as the gold medal assassin finished laughing, a powerful aura surged toward Duan Ling Tian like a torrential flood. It slammed heavily on Duan Ling Tian's chest. Boom! Boom! Duan Ling Tian's chest trembled as he took a few steps back. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, causing him to cut a sorry figure. Brother Ling Tian. Huan who was shielded by Duan Ling Tian, was horrified when she saw this. Her beautiful eyes glinted coldly as a cold aura surged out of her body. In just a blink of an eye, many things in the backyard seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. It was a layer of frost formed by the cold aura. Huan Upon sensing Huan Er's anger, Duan Ling Tian took another 2 steps back. When he was close enough to Huan he reached out and held her right hand. Then he said through voice transmission, "You're no match for him." Duan Ling Tian comforted Huan as he looked at the gold plate assassin. His expression was extremely solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. My current cultivation base is much higher than before. Even the Celestial Duke from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect wouldn't have been able to force me into such a sorry state with just her aura alone. Moreover, the person in front of me withdrew half of his aura at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have been injured even more severely. In other words, the gold medal assassin had shown mercy. Based on this, Duan Ling Tian was certain that the gold medal assassin was stronger than the gold medal assassin. He was certain the gold medal assassin was stronger than the Celestial Duke from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and the old woman from King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Rumor has it that most of the golden assassins in the black market in the wasteland aren't from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of the golden assassins are high-ranking officials of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. They secretly accept missions to earn extra money. With that thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian made a further guess. The gold medal assassin in front of him was most likely a high-ranking figure in one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Furthermore, with his strength, his status in that immortal sect was definitely not low. Something's wrong. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed something was amiss. He doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move on Huan. His attention is on me. To be more precise, it's on the 3 overarching heaven pills in my hand. After realizing this, Duan Ling Tian secretly let out a sigh of relief. What do you plan to do now? Duan Ling Tian looked at the gold medal assassin. His slightly tense face relaxed as he regained his composure and asked straightforwardly, "You are very smart." Seeing that Duan Ling Tian had regained his composure, the gold medal assassin took a deep look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "As long as you promise me one thing, I'll spare the girl's life." The gold medal assassin continued to say, "As long as you promise me one thing, I'll protect the girl from being threatened by the black market assassins. I'll even kill the person who issued the mission and annihilate his entire clan." The gold medal assassin spoke as if he was talking about something that was not important at all. "What is it?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he asked bluntly. However, in his heart, he could vaguely guess what the person in front of him wanted him to agree to. If the gold medal assassin was from one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, then he must be a high-ranking figure in that sect. After discovering a prominent celestial alchemist, it was only natural that the gold medal assassin hoped the prominent celestial alchemist would join his sect. Join the Tai Celestial sect. The gold medal assassin stared at Duan Ling Tian and did not beat around the bush. The Tai Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the gold medal assassin meaningfully and said, "It seems like you're from the Tai Celestial sect. Moreover, based on your strength, you're definitely not an ordinary person. You must be one of the few high-ranking figures in the Tai Celestial sect. May I know which high-ranking figure you're from in the Tai Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he reached the end of his sentence. You're very smart, the gold medal assassin said indifferently. However, there's no need for you to know who I am in the Tai Celestial sect. Those who know about it usually don't have a good ending. A hint of killing intent flashed in the gold medal assassin's eyes as he spoke. What if I don't agree? Duan Lingtian asked. You're a smart person. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the gold medal assassin's eyes narrowed slightly. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. It was as though he would kill Duan Lingtian at any moment. If you're sincere, why don't you take off your mask and talk to me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Take off my mask. The gold medal assassin looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. You mean if I take off my mask, you'll agree to join the Tai Celestial sect? Perhaps, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. You're messing with me. The gold medal assassin was enraged. The aura on his body swept out again. This time he did not hold back and directly sent Duan Lingtian flying. Duan Lingtian crashed into a few stone tables and chairs in the backyard, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Brother Lingtian, Huan cried out as she rushed forward to catch Duan Lingtian, who was sent flying like an arrow. Her eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Huan, I'm fine. With Huan, his help, Duan Lingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the gold-plated assassin with a smile on his face as he said, So, are you willing to make a bet? If I don't take off my mask, I won't join the Tai Celestial sect. However, if you take off your mask, I might agree to join the Tai Celestial sect on a whim. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the gold assassin meaningfully. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to make a decision. Huan looked at the gold medal assassin with killing intent as she supported Duan Lingtian. She could not wait to kill the gold medal assassin. However, she knew she would not be a match for the gold medal assassin even if she used the secret method from her inherited memory and sacrificed herself. The gold medal assassin was too strong. Apart from her mother, he was the strongest person she had met in her life. Do you have a death wish? The gold medal killer's tone suddenly turned cold, and at the same time he was a little impatient. Duan Lingtian merely smiled when he heard the gold medal assassin's threat. He remained silent as though he was confident the gold medal assassin would make a decision. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. After a moment of stalemate with Duan Lingtian, the gold assassin realized it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to give in. He took a deep breath and placed his hand on the golden mask on his face. However, he did not take off his mask immediately. If you dare to trick me, not only will I kill the girl next to you, but I'll also tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. The gold medal assassin said coldly as he took off his golden mask. Instantly, a square face that was filled with stubbles appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. There was a crimson-red mole between the eyebrows of this burly middle-aged man with a square face. It was extremely eye-catching. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess the gold medal assassin's identity when he saw his face. Although he did not know all the high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, he knew some of the most powerful high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Among them were the most powerful high-ranking officials in the Tai Celestial sect. In the Tai Celestial sect, the sect leader and the supreme elder were the most powerful. Moreover, the Tai Celestial sect only had one supreme elder. Below them were the 2 guardians of the Tai Celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. I'm Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect. The burly middle-aged man replied honestly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to recognize him. As one of the most powerful high-ranking officials in the Tai E celestial sect, his portrait had long spread throughout the wasteland. Anyone who had seen his portrait would be able to recognize him. I've long heard that the gold medal assassins in the wasteland are not simple. Perhaps one of the gold medal assassins is the sect leader of one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh, "Although I didn't encounter any of the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, I'm considered lucky to encounter the left guardian of the Tai E celestial sect." "Don't change the subject." Tai, he said coldly, "now that I've taken off my mask, you should be able to tell me if you're willing to join the Tai E celestial sect, right? You better think carefully. If you refuse, not only will you die, even the girl beside you will also die." Tai-Hi's voice was laced with a hint of menace when he spoke. At the same time, there was a hint of impatience in Tai-Hi's tone. "I've thought it through." As soon as Tai-Hi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian said, "First of all, I'd like to thank you for your kindness, left guardian of Dharma. You're even willing to give up this mission for me. However, I've long decided to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Therefore, it's impossible for me to join the Tai E Celestial Sect." Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to say that he would not join the Tai E Celestial Sect. "You've long decided to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect?" Tai-Hi's expression changed drastically as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno. His thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, deafening. Chapter 2766. Tai-Hi, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial Sect, shouted. Boom! A vast amount of celestial origin energy surged out of his body. 6 lightning bolts that looked like tiny snakes could be seen coiling around the celestial origin energy. It gave people a creepy feeling. 6 combination Immortal Lord. When Tai-Hi celestial origin energy was surrounded by 6 lightning bolts, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the strange phenomenon of the celestial origin energy. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. The rumors were true. In the past, he had heard. In the Tai E Celestial Sect, the sect leader and the Supreme Elder were 7-star Celestial Dukes, while the 2 Guardians were 6 combination Celestial Dukes. Of course, after meeting Big Brother Pei, he knew that the rumors were not entirely true. According to Brother Pei, each of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland had an 8 trigrams Celestial Duke. Therefore, Duan Lingtian guessed. In the Tai E Celestial Sect, one of the sect leader or the Supreme Elder might be an 8 trigram Celestial Duke, or the Tai E Celestial Sect might have an 8 trigram Celestial Duke. Left Guardian of Dharma. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he looked at Tai-Hi, who seemed ready to kill him at any time. Even if you kill me and Huan, you'll only be completing your mission. If that's the case, you might lose an opportunity to ask someone to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian said lightly, Aren't you unwilling to join the Tai E Celestial Sect? Tai-Hi, who had originally been somewhat impatient, was in no hurry to make a move after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he asked with a cold smile, I can't join the Tai E Celestial Sect. But that doesn't mean I can't help you refine the overarching heaven pill, the left guardian of Dharma. As long as you can provide me with the ingredients to refine the overarching heaven pills, I can refine the overarching heaven pills for you for free. This won't change even if I join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Tai-Hi and said frankly, Of course, the prerequisite is that you, the left guardian of Dharma, trust me. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tai-Hi didn't rush to speak. Instead, he just stood there and stared at Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he was looking into Duan Lingtian's eyes. His gaze swept past Duan Lingtian's cheeks, as if he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was just brushing him off. After all, once Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, it would be extremely difficult for him to threaten Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian could just go back on his words and ignore him. Unless Duan Lingtian was truly trustworthy, there was no need for him to abandon his mission and allow the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect to have a prominent celestial alchemist capable of refining the overarching heaven pill for a promise that he might not be able to fulfill. Duan Lingtian faced Tai Tai, his gaze calmly, without the slightest trace of guilt. Since he had made the promise, he had no intention of going back on his words. I hope you won't disappoint me. In the end, Tai Tai he chose to believe Duan Lingtian. Apart from the fact that he could tell Duan Lingtian was not someone who would go back on his words, he chose to believe Duan Lingtian because he had made the choice in his heart. If he killed Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's servant, he would be able to complete his mission. On the other hand, if he did not kill Duan Lingtian and his servant, he would not have to worry about the consequences of abandoning his mission. Moreover, he would be able to obtain a large number of overarching heaven pills at any time. In the end, he chose the second option. Swoosh! Before Duan Lingtian and Huan could react, Tai Tai his figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. The person who issued the mission to kill this girl is the Golden Light King. The Golden Light King from the Golden Light Mansion under the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After I leave, I'll help you kill the Golden Light King and annihilate his entire clan. At this moment, Tai Tai his voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Huan ears. The Golden Light King, the Golden Light King? Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard Tai Tai his words. He did not expect the Golden Light King would be so crazy as to hire a black market assassin to kill Huan. Previously, he had met the Golden Light King's father on the street. Due to the fact that both of them had second form chaos divine flames, they were like fire and water. However, the outcome was different. After the Golden Light King's father died, his second form chaos divine flame devoured the Golden Light King's father's second form chaos divine flame. Moreover, the Golden Light King's father was the one who tried to kill him first. Huan had killed the Golden Light King's father to protect him. Fortunately, I'm a prominent celestial alchemist who can refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Otherwise, Huan would have been in deep trouble. Duan Lingtian could not help but shudder when he thought about this. If something happened to Huan, because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. The Golden Light King, the Golden Light King? He hired a black market assassin to kill me? Do I have a grudge against him? Unlike Duan Lingtian, Huan, who had always been calm and collected, had long forgotten about the matter. She did not think about it at all. She did not think about it at all. Huan, do you remember the old man who wanted to kill me, the old prince of the Golden Light Mansion, whom you killed on the street? At that time, I asked you and Xiaoling to protect me while you used your celestial origin energy to form 4 ice walls to protect me. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Huan, finally recalled the incident. Her eyes turned cold as she thought to herself, so it's that guy. If I knew he would do this, I would have killed him. Huan recalled the incident when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She also remembered the Golden Light King, the Golden Light King, the Golden Light King from the Golden Light Mansion. You don't have to do anything now. The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai, celestial sect, will do it for us. Duan Lingtian said, Brother Lingtian, you didn't even agree to let him join the Tai, celestial sect. Why would he help us? Huan asked in confusion. Huan, this is where he's smart. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom as he said with a faint smile, It's risky for him to believe that I'll help him refine overarching heaven pills for free in the future. However, since he's willing to do me a favor, it's not that risky. After all, it's not right for me to go back on my word. Moreover, It's not right for me to lose my status as a prominent celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian said. Huan nodded, seemingly understanding Duan Lingtian's words. Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E celestial sect, had broken into the Tai E celestial sect's residence. When Tai Tai E was in the 13th prince's residence, he had set up a formation in the courtyard where Duan Lingtian and Huan were staying. Therefore, even though he had caused quite a commotion in the courtyard, no one had noticed him. Even Qiu Ling, the strongest heaven rank, overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the 13th prince's residence, did not notice anything amiss. Huan, try taking this overarching heaven pill. See if it's compatible with the medicinal efficacy in your body and can help you improve your cultivation base. After Tai Tai he left, Duan Lingtian could not wait to find out if Huan could raise her cultivation base by consuming the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. This was one of the reasons he had been working so hard to familiarize himself with the method to refine prominent celestial pills. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation when Huan took the overarching heaven pill to cultivate. However, the first thing she said when she opened her eyes caused the anticipation on his face to disappear. It was replaced with a helpless smile and a hint of disappointment. Brother Ling Tian, the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill is completely negated by the medicinal efficacy of the overarching heaven pill. These were Huan words. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian realized that Huan overarching heaven pill was extremely powerful. The pills Huan mother gave her were extremely overbearing. Not only were ordinary pills useless to her, but even overarching heaven pills were useless to her as well. Brother Ling Tian, it's all right. Even if I can't take the overarching heaven pill, my cultivation speed is still not slow. Huan smiled and comforted Duan Lingtian when she saw the disappointment on his face. Huan was beautiful to begin with. When she smiled, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was bathed in a spring breeze. His bad mood instantly improved. His eyes were attracted by Huan beautiful face. After a long while, he finally regained his senses and looked away. About 10 days later, a piece of news reached the 13th prince's residence. The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, has been killed. The entire Golden Light Mansion has been annihilated. Duan Lingtian learned about this from Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince. When Long Fei Yin received the news, he immediately came looking for Duan Lingtian and told him about it. Long Fei Yin had come looking for Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian and Huan had a grudge against the Golden Light Mansion in the past. Even the people from the Golden Light Mansion in the Imperial Palace are dead. It's certain the culprit is a celestial duke, and it's highly likely he's not an ordinary celestial duke. Long Fei Yun sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting across from him. The Golden Light Mansion dared to provoke a celestial duke. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. The surprised expression on Duan Lingtian's face was not an act. He was not surprised by Long Fei Yun's speculation that the culprit was a celestial duke. However, he was rather surprised that the Golden Light Mansion was annihilated. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so arrogant. He did not expect Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E celestial sect, to be so ruthless and decisive. Chapter 2767. The people from the Golden Light Mansion shouldn't have offended a celestial duke, unless they had offended someone with a powerful background and the backing of a celestial duke. Long Fei Yin looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he spoke. It was as though Duan Lingtian had a powerful background and the backing of a celestial duke. Long Fei Yin thought this way because he did not think the people from the Golden Light Mansion would have offended a celestial duke. A celestial duke was extremely powerful. Even the Golden Tiger, the king of the Golden Light Mansion, had to bow before a celestial duke, let alone offending a celestial duke. For this reason, Long Fei Yun speculated The celestial duke must be the person behind the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man was a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. Moreover, the purple-clad young man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old. Long Fei Yin did not believe such a person did not have a powerful background. Initially, Long Fei Yin thought Duan Lingtian was from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. However, when Duan Lingtian agreed to join the martial dragon celestial sect, he dismissed this thought. After all, it was impossible for someone with a powerful background to join another sect. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist. This made Long Fei Yin even more certain that Duan Lingtian had a powerful background. After all, to become a prominent celestial alchemist, one had to obtain a prominent celestial fire. However, not everyone could obtain a prominent celestial fire. Long Fei Yin speculated Duan Lingtian came from a powerful clan outside the wasteland. He was a disciple of a powerful clan. The disciples of the clans didn't have to worry so much when they joined a sect. What? 13th Prince? Do you think there's a celestial duke behind me, and that celestial duke annihilated the entire Golden Light Mansion? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Long Fei Yin's thoughts when he saw Long Fei Yin's gaze. He could not help but laugh. Yes, that's what I think. Long Fei Yin nodded and did not deny it. All I can say is the annihilation of Golden Light Mansion was indeed related to me. However, the Heavenly High Immortal who made the move wasn't the Heavenly High Immortal behind me. If I'm not mistaken, it's Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Previously, Long Fei Yin had given him a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron. This had improved his impression of Long Fei Yin, although it wasn't to the point of completely treating Long Fei Yin as a close friend. It was to a certain extent that Long Fei Yin was a friend. Tai Tai? Long Fei Yin's eyes narrowed. He then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked seriously, Brother Duan, why do you say that he did it? As a prince of a high-rank celestial kingdom, he naturally knew who Tai Tai was. Tai Tai was one of the strongest people in the Tai E Celestial sect. He was a bona fide 6 combinations Celestial Duke. Celestial Dukes were divided into 10 levels. A 1 basic Celestial Duke was enough to wipe out the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, let alone a 6 combinations Celestial Duke, who was 5 levels stronger than a 1 basic Celestial Duke. Although Long Fei Yin was the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was no different from an ant in front of someone like Tai Tai He. Even if the 4th Prince and the 7th Prince were killed by Tai Tai He in front of his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, his father, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, would not even dare to fart, let alone the fact that he was the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Perhaps he might even apologize and say that his sons deserved to be killed. Tai Tai He's status was too high. Even if Long Fei Yin became the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the future, he would still have to look up to Tai Tai He. It's because he came looking for me. Duan Lingtian spoke unhurriedly. He did not conceal anything as he recounted the entire sequence of events. In his opinion, there was no need to conceal anything. What? The Golden Light King, the Golden Tiger, hired a black market assassin to kill Miss Huan. Long Fei Yin's expression changed drastically as killing intent flashed in his eyes. How dare he? It's good that he's dead. If I had known about this earlier, I would have killed him even without Guardian Tai from the Tai E Celestial sect. However, after a while, Long Fei Yin seemed to have recalled something. The killing intent in his eyes faded away as he looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. Brother Duan, you successfully refined the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he raised his hand and took out the remaining 2 overarching heaven pills, and handed them to Long Fei Yin. I've refined 3 overarching heaven pills this time. Huan has already consumed one. These 2 overarching heaven pills are useless to me for now, so I'll give them to you. 13th Prince. 2 overarching heaven pills. Long Fei Yin's breathing quickened when he saw Duan Ling Tian handing the 2 overarching heaven pills to him. A hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he looked at the 2 overarching heaven pills. It was as though he could not wait to take them for himself. After all, 2 overarching heaven pills were equivalent to 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Many peak, great, overarching golden celestials only needed 1 overarching heaven pill to break through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. As long as he was willing to give them the overarching heaven pill, they would be willing to work for him. However, despite his desire, Long Fei Yin restrained himself. Brother Duan, you should give these 2 overarching heaven pills to Miss Huan, or as well. You can give them to me if you have any more in the future. Take them. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Huan has consumed the overarching heaven pill earlier, but she still can't absorb the medicinal efficacy. Therefore, the overarching heaven pill is useless to her. I'm still far from becoming a peak, great, overarching golden celestial, so I don't need the overarching heaven pill for now. The overarching heaven pill is useless to Miss Huan. Long Fei Yin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. He was already shocked when he learned the weaving overarching pill was useless to Huan. Now that he learned the overarching heaven pill was useless to Huan, he was even more shocked. Who was Huan? She was not a heaven stage, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, but the overarching heaven pill was useless to her. In the end, Long Fei Yin accepted the overarching heaven pill. Brother Duan, do you really plan to refine overarching heaven pills for Tai Tai He in the future? Long Fei Yin asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. I, Duan Lingtian, won't go back on my word. Moreover, Guardian Tai has annihilated the entire Golden Light Mansion. Although it's a little cruel, I have no choice but to accept his kindness. Brother Duan, I admire you for keeping your word. Long Fei Yin praised him. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by crack. Before long, the day of the grand contest of the wasteland had arrived. On this day, a group of people walked out of the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The person in the lead was a tall, middle-aged man with a square face. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. He had a majestic air about him, even though he did not look angry. He was none other than Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Dongping's roofless carriage was pulled by 9 immortal beasts that looked like lions and tigers. These 9 immortal beasts had thick golden manes all over their bodies. Under the contrast of the sunlight, they looked extremely dazzling from afar. Those are the lion-tiger beasts. They have great strength and speed. They're comparable to heaven-rank, great, overarching golden celestials. A young man in the crowd looked at a young man dressed in purple next to him and pointed at the 9-headed celestial beast that resembled lions and tigers. The imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom has spent a lot of money to raise these lion-tiger beasts. They're extremely precious. On one side was a purple-clothed young man, and on the other side of him was a white-clothed woman wearing a white veil and a gauze hat. Based on this, one could easily guess his identity. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. Today was the day Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, would lead 50 young powerhouses under the age of 100 to the central area of the wasteland to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. For this reason, they had left the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom early in the morning. The grand contest of the wasteland would be held in Tai City in the central area of the wasteland. Tai City was controlled by the Tai Celestial sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. The grand contest of the wasteland was usually held in the three cities controlled by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Since Tai City was quite a distance away from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had left earlier. However, there were people from other celestial kingdoms that were further away from Tai City who had left earlier. For example, the intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which Duan Lingtian was from, had left earlier than the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. His speed is comparable to a heaven rank, great overarching golden celestial. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. This was his first time seeing such a powerful celestial beast without intelligence since he came to the spirit overarching heaven. It was comparable to a heaven rank, great overarching golden celestial. It must cost a lot of great overarching pills to raise such a celestial beast, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Yes, Long Fei Yun nodded. However, the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can only raise them to this level. Great overarching pills are useless if we want to raise them to the peak of the great overarching golden celestial stage. Then we have to raise them with overarching heaven pills. Long Fei Yun shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. That's not something the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom can afford. Golden overarching pills. Long Qingyin, the seventh prince, thought to himself as he looked at Long Fei Yu. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian would be able to help his 13th brother become the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom after he joined the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Perhaps Duan Lingtian did not have the ability to do so now. However, that might not be the case in the future. The group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom made their way to Tai City, one of the three largest cities in the central area of the wasteland. It was a peaceful journey. No one dared to stop or rob them. However, this was to be expected. Based on the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people in the wasteland would dare to provoke them. Naturally, if a celestial duke made a move, the group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would have no choice but to back down. However, there was a problem. In the immortal sects of the wasteland, there was no need for an immortal monarch expert to do such a thing. They could do well in the wasteland just by relying on their cultivation. There was no need for them to block the way and rob others. Brother Duan will arrive at Tai City in 3 days. After traveling for half a month, Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince, said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a calm expression that was neither happy nor sad. He did not care about the upcoming grand contest of the wasteland at all. After all, he knew it was just a formality. He could even join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect without participating in the grand contest of the wasteland. However, he still planned to go through the formalities. 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. The group of people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom arrived outside Tai City. Under the lead of Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they descended from the sky and landed outside Tai City. Standing outside Tai City, one could not see anyone entering or leaving the city. Clearly, there was a rule in Tai City that forbade people from entering or leaving the city. This is Tai City. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, his eyes still lit up when he saw Tai City for the first time. Tai City was definitely the largest city he had ever seen in the mundane realms and Devata realms. It was even larger than the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. This was something he had discovered before he descended from the sky. However, he was not surprised. After all, Tai City was one of the 3 largest cities in the central area of the wasteland. Moreover, it was under the control of the Tai sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. These people must be here to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland in 3 months, right? When the group of people from the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom entered Tai City, the passers-by could not help but whisper among themselves as they tried to guess the group's identity. There are at least 50 young powerhouses among these people. It seems like they're from a high-rank celestial kingdom. There are 39 high-rank celestial kingdoms in the wasteland. I wonder which high-rank celestial kingdom they're from. They're so ostentatious. The middle-aged man, sitting in the carriage with a 9-headed liger beast, must be the emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom, right? He looks quite majestic. Such an existence is a supreme existence in the high-grade celestial kingdom he's from. However, in our Tai City, he's nothing. Indeed, currently, many people from high-rank celestial kingdoms have gathered in Tai City. Most of them were personally led by their emperors to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. As the group of people from the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom passed by, the passers-by discussed among themselves. Many of them were even looking at Duan Lingtian and the others. The grand contest of the wasteland was held in Tai City. The organizer was the Tai Celestial Sect, one of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. For this reason, the Tai Celestial Sect had arranged accommodations for the people from the high-rank celestial kingdoms in Tai City. Naturally, the accommodations were also divided into different grades. The high-rank celestial kingdoms had the best accommodations, the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms had the second-best accommodations, and the low-rank celestial kingdoms had the worst accommodations. As a high-rank celestial kingdom, the people from the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom were arranged to stay in a spacious mansion. Each of them was given a courtyard of their own. Duan Lingtian was no exception. Although Huan was also given an independent courtyard, she did not plan to stay there. Instead, she followed Duan Lingtian into his courtyard. It was obvious she did not want to be separated from Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, Miss Huan, this must be your first time in Tai City, right? Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, knocked on the door and asked with a smile on his face. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Then do you want to go out with me and find a restaurant to have a meal? Long Fei Yun asked. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Huan, who was standing next to him. When he saw Huan, looking at him with a hint of anticipation in her eyes, he nodded and agreed to Long Fei Yun's suggestion. Duan Lingtian did not mind. Even if he did not come to Tai City, he was not interested in touring the city. However, since Huan liked to tour the city, he was willing to accompany her. Brother Lingtian, do you like to go shopping? Huan, I had asked Duan Lingtian in the past. I'll go shopping as long as you like it. These were Duan Lingtian's exact words. His tone was filled with affection when he said these words. Duan Lingtian was not lying. After all, whenever he went shopping with Huan, he would feel relaxed whenever he saw Huan acting like a child. In fact, he enjoyed this feeling very much. Naturally, Duan Lingtian still had reservations about Huan. He treated her like a younger sister and did not have any other thoughts. This was not because Huan was not attractive, but because Duan Lingtian was not in the mood to date at all. After all, 2 of his wives and 1 of his confidants were in the divine offering land that he had no idea where they were. Let's go then. Long Fei Yun beckoned to Duan Lingtian and Huan before he and Qiu Ling left the residence that the Tai Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to wander around Tai City. When they were walking on the main road, Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was looking at him. He immediately looked ahead and saw a young man dressed in a brocade robe, staring at him intently. However, when the young man saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he withdrew his gaze and walked away as though no one was looking at him. He seems to recognize me? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was certain he had never seen the young man before. On the other side, After the young man left, his eyes lit up. Isn't that purple-clad young man the man and woman in the floating image pearl that the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom possesses? Chapter 27:69. The young man was from the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom, an intermediate rank celestial kingdom. He was also from a powerful clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. He was close to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. Therefore, he had seen the floating image pearl the sixth prince had obtained from Nangong Li, the young master of the Nangong clan, a third-rate clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. Within the scryer projection, there was a perfect woman with a peerless appearance. Although it had been a long time, he would never forget the moment he saw the woman in the floating image pearl. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. The cold aura she emitted made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined like a celestial. The woman's perfect face, in particular, seemed to be the product of God's favoritism. There were no flaws in her face at all. He still remembered. At that time his heart was racing, and he could not wait to make her his. However, he was aware of his own limitations. The woman was someone the sixth prince had taken a liking to. She was not someone he could lay his hands on. At that time, apart from the white-clad woman, there was also a purple-clad young man in the floating image pearl. He looked identical to the man I saw earlier. Moreover, that person earlier was also wearing purple. Also, there was a white-clothed woman beside that person earlier. However, she was wearing a veil and a hat, so no one could see her appearance clearly. However, her figure was similar to the white-clad woman in the floating image pearl. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. The young man's eyes lit up when he thought about this. It seems like this woman with a veil and a hat is the peerless beauty that the sixth prince has been searching for in the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. It just so happens that the sixth prince is also here this time. If I tell the sixth prince about this, with the sixth prince's character of fair rewards and punishments, he will definitely not mistreat me. The young man's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. As an intermediate rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom had 30 spots to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland. Therefore, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom had brought along 30 young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old. These 30 young powerhouses who were not even 100 years old were elites among the younger generation in the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. Apart from the 30 young powerhouses who were younger than 100 years old, the emperor of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom was accompanied by many princes and people from the various king mansions. The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom was one of them. Although Duan Lingtian had noticed the young man's strange behavior, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind after the young man left. He continued to stroll around Tai City with Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, walked side by side with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Brother Duan, did Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect, look for you after he left? Suddenly, Long Fei Yun seemed to have thought of something and asked Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. He had thought Tai he would rush to the Tai Celestial sect to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. After he agreed to help Tai, he refined the overarching heaven pill. However, the Wasteland Grand Contest was about to begin, and yet Tai he had not come to look for him. This doesn't make sense. Long Fei Yin found this strange as well. If he were Tai he would have given Duan Lingtian the required materials to refine the overarching heaven pill before Duan Lingtian joined the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Perhaps he's held up by something. Duan Lingtian said. That's the only explanation. Long Fei Yun nodded. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, a voice rang in Long Fei Yun's and Duan Lingtian's ears. "Hey, have you heard? Tai Tai He, the guardian of the Tai Yi celestial sect, has successfully broken through and become a 7-star celestial duke a few days ago. From now on, there will be 3 7-star celestial dukes in the Tai Yi celestial sect." Duan Lingtian and Long Fei Yun looked at each other when they heard the voice. Both of them saw the realization in each other's eyes. "I didn't expect this to happen. It seems like Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect, has been in closed-door cultivation recently. A few days ago, he had successfully broken through and became a 7-star celestial duke." Long Fei Yun exclaimed, "7 stars celestial duke!" Duan Lingtian's calm heart stirred slightly. He did not expect the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect, whom he had met once before, had become a 7-star celestial duke. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between a 7 stars celestial duke and a 6 combination celestial duke, the difference in strength was like a chasm. At the very least, the only 7-star celestial dukes in the Tai Yi celestial sect were the sect leader and the supreme elder. Now that Tai he had made a breakthrough. The number of 7-star celestial dukes in the Tai Yi celestial sect had increased from 2 to 3. Moreover, the Tai Yi celestial sect's overall strength had greatly improved. Originally, the Tai Yi celestial sect was slightly stronger than the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect due to their king-grade celestial weapon. Now that the Tai Yi celestial sect has a 7-star celestial duke, there's no doubt they're stronger than the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect. I'm afraid the situation in the wasteland will change after this incident. At the very least, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect won't be able to sit still. That's only natural. The 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland have always been in a state of balance. Now that the Tai Yi celestial sect has a 7-star celestial duke, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect will definitely be wary of the Tai Yi celestial sect. In my opinion, the Thousand Spiders celestial sect and the Martial Dragon celestial sect might join forces in the future to suppress the Tai Yi celestial sect. If the Tai Yi celestial sect defeats them one by one, the Tai Yi celestial sect will definitely dominate the wasteland in the future. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the discussions of the passers-by. They were all talking about the 7 stars celestial duke in the Tai Yi celestial sect. However, Duan Lingtian was not affected by Tai He's breakthrough at all. To Duan Lingtian, the Martial Dragon celestial sect and the wasteland were just a stepping stone for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. In the future, he would leave the wasteland and head to a bigger stage. After all, his goal was the divine offering land that was above the Devata realms. However, even Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, has never heard of the divine offering land. It seems like I'll have to leave the wasteland if I want to know more about the divine offering land. Previously, Duan Lingtian had intentionally asked Long Fei Yin if he knew about the divine offering land. However, Long Fei Yin had said he did not know about it. In fact, when Long Fei Yin had asked a few knowledgeable people in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, none of them had heard of the divine offering land. They had even gone through many ancient books, but they could not find any information about the divine offering land. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew. Based on the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's foundation, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the divine offering land. When Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Yi celestial sect, comes to look for me, I can ask him about the divine offering land. If he doesn't know about it, I can only ask Brother Pei about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder when Brother Pei will return. However, by the time I come out of the little world, Brother Pei should be back by then. After all, if he doesn't return, I'm afraid the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect will get their hands on the treasures in the little world. Duan Lingtian knew very well that the martial dragon celestial sect was a divine offering land. Even if he was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill, the martial dragon celestial sect would definitely check his spatial ring if he came out of the little world safely. After all, the martial dragon celestial sect's desire for the treasures in the little world is no less than their desire for the overarching heaven pill. In fact, their desire for the treasures in the little world is no less than a prominent celestial alchemist like me. Also, Brother Pei left to help me settle the matter of the compassionate celestial traveler sect, forcing Morongbing to marry someone from another sect. I wonder if everything went smoothly. Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he thought about Morongbing from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Although he did not have any feelings for her, they were still husband and wife after all. Therefore, he treated her as his woman. He would not allow anyone to lay a finger on his woman. I'm still too weak. If I'm strong enough, I'll go to the compassionate celestial traveler sect and take Morongbing away. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. After that, he continued to walk around for another hour. HM? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he saw two familiar figures. One of them was the young man dressed in embroidered robes, whom he had met an hour ago. The other person was none other than Nangong Li, the young man whom Duan Ling Tian and Huan I had met near the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. At that time, Nangong Li and the others had wanted to kill him and kidnap Huan Er. Therefore, Huan I had killed almost all of them. Nangong Li, on the other hand, was the only one who managed to escape. Since he had used the floating light shadow talisman, his speed was comparable to a celestial duke. Your Highness, it's them. Chapter 2770. The person whom Nangong Li addressed as His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince was a skinny young man who wore a long golden robe. His footsteps were light, and there was a hint of gloominess between his eyebrows, giving off a gloomy feeling. Are you sure it's them? The golden-clad young man glanced at Duan Ling Tian and Huan for a moment before he shifted his gaze to Huan. His eyes were filled with lust as he sized up Huan in an unbridled manner. When she sensed the golden-robed young man's gaze, her beautiful eyes glinted coldly under the veil. A cold aura emanated from her body, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. It was as though winter had arrived. Your Highness, I can vouch with my life that the two people in the floating image pearl are them. However, the white-clad woman wasn't wearing a veil or a hat at that time. In the face of the golden-robed young man's question, Nangong Li said confidently, she's wearing a veil and a hat. It's obvious that she's trying to hide something. It had to be said that Nangong Li's words were reasonable and had caused the golden-robed young man to no longer have any doubts. Duan Ling Tian and Long Fei Yun's expressions darkened when they sensed the cold aura emanating from Huan and sensed the golden-clad young man's brazen gaze on Huan. Nangong and the others, led by the golden-clad young man, stood in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others in just a blink of an eye. The woman stays. As for you three men, scram. The golden-clad young man said coldly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. It was as though he was an emperor giving orders. Apart from Nangong Li and the young man in embroidered robes whom Duan Ling Tian had seen earlier, there were also two old men by the golden-clad young man's side. These two old men did not look simple at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the golden-robed young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Qiu Ling's expressions changed. The three of you, if you know what's good for you, scram. At the same time, Nangong Li, who was standing next to the golden-clad young man, said arrogantly to Duan Ling Tian, Long Fei Yun, and Qiu Ling, this person next to me is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. if you don't know what's good for you and offend the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, you—" Just as Nangong was about to say something after using his power to intimidate others. "What can we do if we offend the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom?" Long Fei Yin took a step forwards and looked at Nangong Li coldly. He interrupted Nangong Li and asked, "What are you talking about?" "You." Nangong Li did not expect to be interrupted. His expression changed drastically as he glared at Long Fei Yin. However, when Long Fei Yin looked at him coldly, Nangong Li felt pressured. It was not because of his strength or cultivation base, but because of his aura. As the 13th prince of a high-rank celestial kingdom, Long Fei Yin had cultivated the aura of a superior since he was young. On the other hand, Nangong Li was only the young master of a third-rate clan in the capital of an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Long Fei Yin's aura easily suppressed Nangong Li, causing Nangong Li to look away. His face was pale from the suppression of Long Fei Yin's aura. "Who are you?" The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom might be reckless, but it did not mean he was a fool. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he saw Long Fei Yin's aura. "Huan, this matter isn't worth your time. Let the 13th prince handle it." Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who had sensed Huan-Er's anger, reached out and grabbed her hand. He squeezed her palm and comforted her. Huan-Er had always trusted and obeyed Duan Lingtian unconditionally. With Duan Lingtian's comforting words, she calmed down and nodded obediently. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is only an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, right? Long Fei Yun glanced at the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and said indifferently, "If I'm not mistaken, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is near the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom." The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Upon hearing Long Fei Yun's words, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom narrowed his eyes warily. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom that the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could not compare to. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the strongest person was a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. In the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the strongest person was a heaven overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. There was not a single peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. "You're from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom?" The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom asked warily as he looked at Long Fei Yin. There was no doubt the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had come to Tai E City for the grand contest of the Wasteland, just like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom could sense that the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was not simple. The golden-clad young man is the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. However, it seems like the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has bitten off more than he can chew. The young man seems to be from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on his aura, he's probably not an ordinary person. The noble aura he exudes is in no way inferior to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I just don't know who exactly he is. While Duan Lingtian and the others were facing off against Nangong Li and the others, the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves. They were curious about Long Fei Yun's identity. "Humph!" Qiu Ling scoffed and said, "The sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom dares to act so presumptuously in front of the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? You must be tired of living." As soon as Qiu Ling finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging inferno. Then he shot toward the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom at lightning speed. Bang! Bang! Before the onlookers could react, the two old men behind the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom fell to the ground. Their chests caved in as they crashed to the ground. They were no longer breathing. Clearly they were dead. Gasp! 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 The onlookers gasped when they saw the two old men behind the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had died in just a blink of an eye. When they looked at Chiu Ling, who had returned to Long Fei Yun's side, they were shocked. None of them had expected the middle-aged man to kill the two old men behind the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom so easily. It's obvious the two old men were the bodyguards of the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. They're at least overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Most likely, they're profound rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. Two overarching, heavenly supreme celestials died. Just like that? Many of the onlookers were still in a daze. Some of them recalled Chiu Ling's words and were enlightened. As it turns out, he's the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's said that although the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't favored by the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he's one of the most powerful princes in the imperial family. I've also heard of the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from that, I've also heard that the 13th prince has a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial protecting him. Moreover, the 13th prince has recruited a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's imperial family. The 13th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is indeed extraordinary to be able to recruit a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. Does this mean this person is the heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial by the 13th prince's side? As the crowd discussed animatedly, their gazes once again landed on Chiu Ling, causing him to become the center of attention once again. Meanwhile, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. When the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom heard Chiu Ling's words and saw the two profound rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials by his side being killed in just a blink of an eye, he knew he had met his match. The 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As it turned out, the person standing before him was the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Nangong Li and the brocade-clad young man next to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were horrified when they learned about Long Fei Yun's identity. The brocade-clad young man's body began to tremble violently. As for Nangong Li, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground and peed in his pants. Brother Duan, how do you plan to deal with them? Long Fei Yun asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Long Fei Yun nodded when he saw the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I understand. Long Fei Yun nodded as he gestured to Chiu Ling. Chiu Ling nodded and was about to kill the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Stop! At this moment, an aged figure appeared in front of the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the two profound rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, Celestial Kingdom. His aura was as powerful as Chiu Ling's aura. Long Fei Yun, sure Lei didn't do anything to you. You don't have to kill him, right? Chapter 2771. Qinbo Tao. Long Fei Yun's expression turned unsightly when he saw the well-dressed young man. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Qinbo Tao. Although Long Fei Yun's voice was not loud, many people still heard him. For a moment, many people guessed the identity of this handsome young man in luxurious clothes. Qinbo Tao. Isn't he the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom? Like the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom is also a high-rank Celestial Kingdom. Qinbo Tao, the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom, is widely acknowledged as the most likely candidate to become the next emperor of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. I didn't expect the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom to stand up for the 6th prince of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom. Perhaps there's some old enmity between the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom and the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Don't you see the anger in the 13th prince's eyes when he looks at the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom? I think so. While the crowd was discussing among themselves, the handsome young man dressed in luxurious robes finally arrived in front of Shirley, the 6th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. He turned around and faced Long Fei Yin. The old man who had appeared earlier also stood respectfully behind the well-dressed young man. "Cousin." Shirley greeted the well-dressed young man respectfully under everyone's watchful eyes. "Cousin?" Many people in the surroundings were shocked when they heard Shirley's words. They did not expect Shirley, the 6th prince of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom, to be related to the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Oh, I almost forgot. 20 years ago, the emperor of the cloudy rock celestial kingdom's younger sister married the emperor of the mystical wave celestial kingdom as a concubine. If that's the case, it makes sense for Shirley to address the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom as his cousin. Although it makes sense, the two of them aren't related by blood. I don't think the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom is here to stand up for him. I agree. The crowd did not think Chen Buitao, the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom, was here to help Shirley. At the same time, they could feel the tension between Chen Buitao and Long Fei Yin. "Brother Duan, his name is Chen Buitao. He's the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. In the past, he used to bully me because he had a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial as his followers." Long Fei Yun's voice reached Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. Apart from letting Duan Lingtian know Chen Buitao's identity, he also mentioned the old grudge between him and Chen Buitao. If that's the case, ask Qiu Ling to suppress the old man behind him. No matter what, these 3 people from the cloudy rock celestial kingdom must die today. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Long Fei Yun. As he spoke, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes, startling Long Fei Yun, who happened to be looking at him. This was Long Fei Yun's first time seeing Duan Lingtian in such a state. In the past, he only thought Duan Lingtian was gentle and easy to get along with. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a ruthless side. With just a few words, he decided the fate of the 3 people from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. "Long Fei Yun, it's been a while." Chen Buitao looked at Long Fei Yun and said with a fake smile, "Yes, it's been a while. Chen Buitao, I advise you to stay out of this. Otherwise, you'll regret it in the end." Long Fei Yun glanced at Chen Buitao indifferently and spoke unhurriedly. In the end, he intentionally reminded Chen Buitao. "Regret it?" Chen Buitao smiled when he heard Long Fei Yun's words. "Long Fei Yun, although you have a heaven rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial protecting you, I'm afraid it's not enough to make me regret it. You'll know soon enough whether it's enough or not." Long Fei Yun sneered as he transmitted his voice to Qiu Ling. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, Qiu Ling made his move. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, the ground shook violently. Qiu Ling's feet pushed off the ground, and he flew up, heading straight for Chen Buitao. Swoosh! As Qiu Ling flew towards Chen Buitao, the spot where he had been standing suddenly cracked open. In the end, it turned into an incomparably huge spider web. The spider web continued to spread in all directions for a few breaths of time before it stopped spreading. "You're seeking death." Before the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, could react, the old man standing behind Chen Buitao shouted angrily, "You're too weak." The sound pierced through the air, causing ripples to appear in the void. Rings of sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the expressions of many passers-by with weaker cultivations to change drastically. There were even some who were shaken to the point that their eardrums ruptured, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. However, because the target of the sound wave was not the surrounding passers-by, no matter how weak the surrounding passers-by's cultivation was, none of them fell. The most serious case was bleeding from their 7 orifices. Swoosh! Swoosh! Unlike the earth-shattering sound of Chiu Ling's attack, when the old man behind Chen Buitao attacked, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a hurricane, the kind that could tear everything apart. The hurricane swept out and slammed into the void. It was like boulders smashing into a calm lake, causing the surface of the lake to be torn apart. Now, even the void seemed to be torn apart. Bang! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Chiu Ling and the old man behind Chen Buitao began to fight. The commotion was so loud that the onlookers quickly moved out of the way. Some of them who were slow to react were even sent flying. Boom! 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 As the shock waves from the collision of power swept out, gusts of strong wind spread out in all directions, blowing the robes of the group of people present and causing them to flutter. Due to the loud commotion, it attracted a lot of onlookers. What's going on? Judging from the commotion, it should be a fight between Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, right? Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials? You're wrong. The 2 people fighting aren't Earth-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. They're Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. 2 Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. The onlookers were shocked when they learned the 2 people fighting were Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. Although this was Tai City, one of the 3 ancient cities in the central area of the wasteland, there were not many Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials here. For this reason, such a scene was rare in Tai City. Who are these 2 Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials? Many people were curious about this matter. As the people in the know explained, the onlookers who heard the commotion and rushed over to watch also learned the identities of the 2 people who were fighting. They were Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who followed the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yin, I didn't expect your Heaven-rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to be so strong. He's able to last so long against Elder Bei. A hint of provocation could be seen in Chen Buitao's eyes as he looked at Long Fei Yun. This Elder Bei of yours is quite strong as well. He's able to last so long against Chiu Ling. Long Fei Yun did not back down in the face of Chen Buitao's provocation. Huan, kill the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and take their spatial rings. While the 2 heaven stage overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials by Chen Buitao and Long Fei Yun's sides were fighting, Chen Buitao and Long Fei Yun were staring at each other. Duan Lingtian suddenly said, Huan, kill the 3 men from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and take their spatial rings. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, many people, including Chen Buitao, the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom, heard his words. Chen Buitao was momentarily stunned. All right, Huan responded as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke. Then her figure flickered, and a cold aura rose from the void, causing everyone present to feel as though they had been plunged into the depths of winter. Although Chen Buitao had heard Duan Lingtian's words, he did not pay much attention to them. However, at this moment, no. Chen Buitao's expression changed drastically. He quickly circulated his celestial origin energy to protect himself from the cold. He felt as though his body was about to freeze, and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he circulated his celestial origin energy to protect himself from the cold. It took him a great deal of effort to ward off the cold. When he regained his senses, he discovered that the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had been frozen. The 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, including Shirley, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had all been frozen into ice sculptures. Cracks could be seen on the ice sculptures as well. Chi, 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 chi. A faint cracking sound rang in the air as the 3 ice sculptures cracked and shattered into pieces of ice on the ground. The 3 men from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were as good as dead. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chin Buetao's expression changed drastically when he saw the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom being killed. At this moment, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air as 3 spatial rings flew past him. In the end, the spatial rings fell into the hands of the purple-clad young man who was standing nearby. The purple-clad young woman wore a veil and a hat on her head. With a wave of her hand, she took the spatial rings that belonged to the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Brother Ling Tian. Before anyone could react, Huan handed the 3 spatial rings to Duan Ling Tian. Her voice was so sweet that it was difficult to connect her to the person who had killed the 3 people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. All right. Duan Ling Tian ignored the shocked gazes around him as he kept the 3 spatial rings in his hand. Moreover, he instantly established ownership over the 3 spatial rings. As expected, they're inside. Chapter 2772. A Floating Image Pearl. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring of Shirley, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he looked at the floating image pearls in the spatial ring. Based on the mirror images of the floating image pearls, he finally found one of them. Although the floating image pearl did not last long, it clearly showed Duan Ling Tian's appearance and Huan Er's appearance. The Huan Er in the mirror image was not wearing a veil or a hat. Her flawless features made everything around her pale in comparison. I knew it. The 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has never seen Huan Er's face before. How could he be so fixated on her? As expected, Nangong must have recorded Huan Er's face with the floating image pearl. Earlier, when Shirley, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had been staring at Huan Er with a lewd expression in his eyes, Duan Ling Tian felt something was amiss. If it was Nangong, Duan Ling Tian would have understood. After all, Nangong had seen Huan Er's face with his own eyes before. However, Shirley had never seen Huan Er's face before. Even if Nangong had told Shirley about Huan Er's beauty, Shirley would not have lost his composure since he had not seen Huan Er's face with his own eyes. After all, he was a prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. How could he lack beauties? For this reason, Duan Ling Tian speculated that Shirley must have seen Huan Er's face. Duan Ling Tian speculated that Shirley must have seen Huan Er's face through other means. The first thing he thought of was the floating image, celestial talisman, and the floating image pearl. Since celestial talismans could only be used once, Duan Ling Tian speculated that Nangong must have used the floating image pearl to record Huan Er's face before he escaped with the floating image talisman. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. Fortunately, this floating image pearl can't be replicated. Otherwise, once news of it spread, it would surely attract a lot of trouble. After putting away all the storage rings, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Duan Ling Tian did not know that the current Duan Ling Tian was not aware of this. Although the floating image pearl could not replicate Huan Er's appearance, everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom knew about the fairy-like young woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Bang! Before everyone could recover from their shock, Qiu Ling and the heaven rank overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial standing next to Chin Buetao, the 9th prince of the mystical wave Celestial Kingdom, were sent flying back to their respective masters. The distance between the 2 of them was about the same, so it could be seen that their strength was about the same. However, after the two of them returned, they did not continue to attack because they knew that there was no need for them to do anything. First of all, the three from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were dead. Secondly, if they continued, they would only end up in a tie at most. "Your Highness, my strength is on par with his," the old man said solemnly as he returned to Qin Buetao's side. After the old man returned to Qin Buetao's side, he said to Qin Buetao in a deep voice. His expression was slightly gloomy. He had confidently declared that he would defeat the heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial standing next to the 13th prince of the soaring dragon, celestial kingdom within 100 moves. He did not expect the old man to be on par with him. It was almost impossible for him to defeat the old man. Meanwhile, Qiu Ling returned to Long Fei Yun's side. However, he remained silent as he stared at the old man standing behind Qin Buetao warily, afraid the old man would attack again. "Long Fei Yun, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to find such a powerhouse," Qin Buetao said in a deep voice as he looked at Long Fei Yun. "Of course. At least he's slightly stronger than you, a freeloader," Long Fei Yun said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, he was implying that Qin Buetao was relying on his father. After all, the old man behind Qin Buetao was bestowed to him by the emperor of the mystical wave Immortal Kingdom. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, the onlookers began to look at Qin Buetao in a different light. Many of them sighed emotionally. "Although I've heard that the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom has recruited a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial to serve him, I thought he was just an ordinary heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. I didn't expect him to be so strong." "That's right. I didn't expect this heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial to serve the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. He's said to be one of the top 3 heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestials in the mystical wave celestial kingdom. However, such a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial could only come to a tie with the heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial that the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom recruited." The onlookers could not help but sigh as they whispered among themselves. Based on their words, one thing was certain. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, was much better than Qin Buetao, the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom. Hearing Long Fei Yun's words and the whispers around him, Qin Buetao's face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. "Who are you? How dare you order someone to kill my cousin?" Qin Buetao glanced at Long Fei Yun coldly before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he thought Duan Lingtian was a pushover. Duan Lingtian completely ignored Qin Buetao's question. He did not even look at Qin Buetao for a moment. "Huan, let's continue shopping." Qin Buetao's expression darkened even further when Duan Lingtian greeted Huan, with a smile on his face. Then he led Huan, to the entrance of the heavens path. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan, did not even spare Qin Buetao a glance. "Qin Buetao, there are some people you can't afford to offend." When Long Fei Yun saw Duan Lingtian and Qiu Ling leaving, he brought Qiu Ling with him as well. Before he left, he looked at Qin Buetao meaningfully. Qin Buetao's face turned red from anger, and his body began to tremble violently. However, since he did not know Duan Lingtian's background, and he was wary of Qiu Ling, who was by Long Fei Yun's side, he did not do anything. After all, he knew it would be futile even if he lost his temper. The person by Long Fei Yun's side could easily stop the person by his side. Moreover, his strength was far inferior to the white-clad woman by the purple-clad young man's side. That purple-clad young man, who is he? It was only after Duan Lingtian and the others had left that the crowd regained their senses. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The 13th prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was very polite to that purple-clad young man. Moreover, before he left, he even warned the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom that the purple-clad young man is not someone the 9th prince of the mystical wave celestial kingdom can afford to offend. Although he didn't say it explicitly, that's what he meant. The crowd of spectators were filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's identity. Isn't that purple-clad young man Duan Lingtian who showed up in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Why is he with the 13th prince of the soaring dragon Celestial Kingdom? Among the crowd, a young man muttered with a horrified expression. This young man was none other than Chu Yan, who had won second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was also the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had sent a total of 30 young powerhouses below the age of 100 to the martial competition of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. On King Qin's mansion side, there were 2 people who had won 2 of the 30 spots. They were Chu Yan and Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County, who had won 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yan and Yang Jin had followed King Qin from King Qin's mansion to the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, the leader of the group was the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Also, who's that white-clad girl beside Duan Lingtian who listens to his every word? She's so strong. In just a blink of an eye, she killed the 6th prince and his 2 companions. Moreover, she did it in front of the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom. Rumor has it that the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom is a peak, great, overarching golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Before the 9th prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom could react, the white-clad woman had already killed the 6th prince and the other 2 overarching, heavenly supreme celestials. This shows she's an overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. Chu Yan was shocked when he thought about this. He was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian's interference, he would have won 1st place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. However, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed at that time, he was convinced by Duan Lingtian's strength. Later on, Duan Lingtian had fled and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yan felt it was a pity that Duan Lingtian was not fated to participate in the Wasteland Grand Contest. After all, with Duan Lingtian's strength, if he represented the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, he would definitely perform well in the Wasteland Grand Contest. He might even be able to join one of the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. I didn't expect to encounter Duan Lingtian when I came out to take a breather. Chu Yan thought to himself as he sighed inwardly. He turned around and made his way to the residence that the Tai Celestial sect had arranged for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was prepared to tell Qinyu, the nephew of King Qin, about his encounter with Duan Lingtian. When Chu Yan returned to the residence that the Tai Celestial sect had arranged for the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, a tremor ran through the residence. The 6th prince is dead. Chapter 2773. Although Shirley, the 6th prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, was dissolute, he was favored by the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom due to his glib tongue. Moreover, he was not interested in becoming the next Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Due to this reason, he had a good relationship with the other princes. Today, on the 5th day since the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom arrived in Tai City, Shirley's soul pearl suddenly shattered. His Highness, the 6th prince, is dead. When Shirley's soul pearl shattered, the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were in an uproar. Not only was the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom furious, but even the princes from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom were furious. The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was so furious that he immediately ordered a thorough investigation of the sixth prince's death. The princes from the Cloudy Rock, Celestial Kingdom, and the people from the king's mansions immediately became busy. With the cooperation of the princes, it did not take long for them to discover the cause of the sixth prince's death. The sixth prince's death has something to do with the woman in the portrait he's been searching for all these years. Back then, Nangong Li gave a floating image pearl to the sixth prince. There are two people in the floating image pearl. One of them is the woman the sixth prince has been searching for many years. She's the woman in the portrait that almost everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has seen. The other person is a young man. Before His Highness the sixth prince got into trouble, the people by his side who didn't go out with him said that someone saw the young man in the mirror image of the floating image pearl. After reporting to His Highness the sixth prince, His Highness the sixth prince left with Nangong Li. Someone saw His Highness the sixth prince, Nangong Li, and the two others being killed on the streets of Tai City. The person who killed His Highness the sixth prince and the two others was a woman wearing white clothes, a veil on her head, and a hat on her face. That white-clothed woman is suspected to be the woman in the portrait. That's because Nangong Li recognized the purple-clothed young man beside the white-clothed woman as the young man that appeared in the floating image pearl. Although the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was only an intermediate-grade Celestial Kingdom, it did not take long for them to discover many useful things. The person who killed Old Sixth is a subordinate of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom wanted to protect Sixth Brother. However, due to the fact that his subordinates were evenly matched with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's subordinates, and the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Celestial Kingdom was weaker than the white-clad woman, Sixth Brother was killed in the end. Yun Qi-ling, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, had an unsightly expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour Duan Ling Tian. "Your Majesty, this matter. What should we do?" Below Yun Qi-ling stood a few more people. One of them looked at Yun Qi-ling nervously and asked, "What should we do? What can we do?" Yun Qi-ling glared at the person who spoke and asked coldly, "Didn't you hear that he's a follower of the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Didn't he hear that even the 9th Prince of the Mystical Wave Immortal Kingdom couldn't do anything to him? What do you think we should do?" In the face of Yun Qi-ling's questioning, the man fell silent. Indeed, that person was not someone to be trifled with. In a courtyard not far from the main hall where Yun Qi-ling and the others were, Qin Yu, the nephew of King Qin, met Chu Yan, who was selected by King Qin's mansion to participate in the grand competition of the wasteland. "Chu Yan, is there something you need from me?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Although he was not close to Chu Yan, they were both from King Qin's mansion. Therefore, they were able to chat along the way. "Qin Yu, as far as I know, you're close to Duan Ling Tian, right?" Chu Yan asked. "Duan Ling Tian?" As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. A hint of urgency could be seen on his face as he asked, "Chu Yan, do you have news about Duan Ling Tian?" Ever since Duan Ling Tian escaped with the Shadow Void escaping talisman, Qin Yu had been worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Now that Chu Yan mentioned Duan Ling Tian, it was only natural that Qin Yu lost his composure. "Do you know the young man beside the white-clothed woman who is widely rumored to have killed the sixth prince and Nangong Li?" Chu Yan did not answer Qin Yu's question immediately. "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "It said that the young man is one of the two people who appeared in the floating image pearl that Nangong gave to His Highness the sixth prince. That's why His Highness the sixth prince went to look for him and the white-clad woman next to him. Many people say that the white-clad woman next to the young man is the person His Highness the sixth prince was looking for in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom." Qin Yu said, "Then, Do you know the young man is Duan Lingtian? Chu Yen asked again. What? You said the young man next to the white-clad woman is Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard Chu Yan's words, although he had never seen the young man next to the white-clad woman. Based on what he knew, the young man was not simple. First of all, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon's celestial kingdom was very polite to the young man. Secondly, the white-clad woman next to the young man was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and she obeyed his every command. However, Chu Yan was telling him the truth. That young man was Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? A long while later, Qin Yu finally regained his wits. However, after regaining his wits, he continued to shake his head. He did not dare to believe that what Chu Yan said was true. Qin Yu, I was there when the white-clad woman killed His Highness the Sixth Prince and the others. At that time, I saw Duan Lingtian, Chu Yan said seriously. Qin Yu was speechless. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Qin Yu fell silent. Although it sounded unbelievable, he did not think it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill His Highness the Sixth Prince. I have to go to the residence arranged by the Tai Celestial sect for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he made up his mind. He had to verify if Duan Lingtian was with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If Duan Lingtian was with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he could rest assured since his friend was safe and sound all these years. After all, Qin Yu was from a mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, he was not a prince, but a nephew of a prince. With such a status, it was not easy for him to get in touch with the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, with Qin Yu's persistence, he managed to contact Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When Long Fei Yin heard from his subordinate that the person who wanted to meet him was Duan Lingtian's friend, he immediately met Qin Yu. Your brother Duan's friend? Long Fei Yin stared at Qin Yu with burning eyes. Before he could confirm Qin Yu's identity, he could not bring Qin Yu to meet Duan Lingtian. In Long Fei Yin's eyes, Duan Lingtian was no longer just a hope for him to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect, Long Fei Yin would definitely become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Duan Lingtian was not only talented and powerful, but he was also a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the overarching heaven pill. Your Highness, 13th Prince, if the brother Duan you mentioned is called Duan Lingtian and looks like this, then I'm sure he's my friend. Qin Yu immediately took out a portrait and spread it out in front of Long Fei Yin. The portrait depicted a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His temperament was outstanding. With just a glance, Long Fei Yin recognized the young man. This young man was none other than his brother Duan Lingtian. Brother, how should I address you? Long Fei Yin asked with a smile when he saw Qin Yu taking out Duan Lingtian's portrait. My name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu's background was far inferior to Long Fei Yin's. Therefore, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of Long Fei Yin. Brother Qin Yu, since you know brother Duan, I'll take you to see him. Long Fei Yin did not beat around the bush. While Long Fei Yin was about to bring Qin Yu to see Duan Lingtian, another uninvited guest appeared in the courtyard where Duan Lingtian was staying. This uninvited guest was none other than the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai Celestial sect, Tai. I heard Guardian Tai has recently broken through and become a 7-star celestial duke. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by Tai's appearance. Master Duan, I didn't expect you to have heard about this as well. Tai he chuckled. He was very polite to Duan Lingtian. That's right. A few days ago, I was lucky enough to have a breakthrough and become a 7-star celestial duke. From now on, the Tai celestial sect will dominate the wasteland. Master Duan, if you change your mind and join the Tai celestial sect, you're always welcome. Tai, he extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian after he finished speaking. I've made up my mind. However, thank you for your kindness, Guardian Tai. Duan Lingtian shook his head and politely declined. Tai, he was not surprised. He raised his hand and took out a spatial ring before he passed it to Duan Lingtian. Master Duan, there are 38 sets of medicinal herbs required to refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. The number of overarching heaven pills you'll be able to refine depends on your ability. The Tai celestial sect only needs 100 overarching heaven pills. If there are any extra pills, we'll give them to you as a reward. Tai, he did not hold back when he spoke. Chapter 2774. You only want 100 overarching heaven pills for 38 sets of medicinal herbs. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Tai-Hi's words. It was not because he thought Tai he was greedy, but he thought Tai-Hi's request was too low. Was Tai-Hi looking down on his alchemy skills, or did he think he would not be able to refine as many overarching heaven pills with 38 sets of medicinal herbs? Previously, he had successfully refined the overarching heaven pill for the first time. Although he had only managed to refine 3 pills, he was confident that he would be able to refine more than 5 pills if he were to refine them again. Moreover, as he became more proficient in refining overarching heaven pills, he was confident his success rate would increase. Guardian Tai. Although Duan Lingtian wanted to earn some overarching heaven pills from Tai, he did not intend to cheat Tai. Therefore, he said to Tai, I'll give you 120 overarching heaven pills for 38 sets of medicinal herbs. 120 overarching heaven pills? Tai, he was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. As far as he knew, Duan Lingtian's success rate in refining overarching heaven pills was not high. He had learned Duan Lingtian had only managed to refine 3 overarching heaven pills when he killed the woman next to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he had only asked for 100 overarching heaven pills based on what he had seen. He was prepared for Duan Lingtian to haggle with him. The sect leader of the Tai celestial sect had given him a minimum of 80 overarching heaven pills. After all, 38 sets of medicinal herbs were required to refine overarching heaven pills. 38 batches of overarching heaven pills were all that the Tai celestial sect had in stock. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not haggle with him. Instead, he took the initiative to ask for an additional 20 overarching heaven pills. He could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would do this. If Duan Lingtian was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would not have offered to give Duan Lingtian 20 overarching heaven pills, even if he could refine more than 120 overarching heaven pills. After all, he had said that the Tai celestial sect only wanted 100 overarching heaven pills. Alchemist Duan, are you serious? Tai, he took a deep breath before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I know the success rate of refining the overarching heaven pills is extremely low. It's still alright if it's 100 pills, but can you guarantee a success rate of 120 pills? What? Are you afraid that I can't afford 120 overarching heaven pills? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Guardian Tai, since I've already said it, I won't say it without thinking. You can come and collect the 120 overarching heaven pills in 10 days. After receiving confirmation from Duan Lingtian, Tai, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Then he cupped his hands together at Duan Lingtian and said, Alchemist Duan, regardless of whether you can afford 120 overarching heaven pills in 10 days or not, I, Tai, will still acknowledge you as my friend. Tai, he was a straightforward person. When he saw Duan Lingtian was also straightforward, he could not help but sympathize with Duan Lingtian. Then, I'm really trying to climb up the social ladder, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Brother Duan. At this moment, a familiar voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian could tell it was Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, when he heard the voice. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Long Fei Yun, Tai Tai he had already bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left. Alchemist Duan, I'll be back in 10 days. When Tai Tai he's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was as though he had vanished into thin air. Duan Lingtian could not find any trace of him at all. Come in. Duan Lingtian called out to Long Fei Yin before Long Fei Yin finally entered the room. Qinyu. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Long Fei Yin had brought someone with him instead of Qiu Ling. However, when he saw the person's appearance, he was stunned. Duan Lingtian. Qinyu was slightly excited to see Duan Lingtian again. You're all right. It's good that you're all right. Qinyu, why are you here? Come, have a seat. Duan Lingtian invited Qinyu to take a seat. His enthusiasm made Long Fei Yin, who was standing at the side, jealous. After all, Duan Lingtian had never treated him with such enthusiasm before. At the same time, Long Fei Yin made up his mind to befriend Qinyu from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He did not care about Qinyu's status in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yin wanted to befriend Qinyu because of the special relationship between Qinyu and Duan Lingtian. 13th Prince, please have a seat as well. After inviting Qinyu to take a seat, Duan Lingtian called out to Long Fei Yin. Even so, Long Fei Yin was not displeased at all. After all, with Duan Lingtian's status, he would not dare to show any displeasure even if Duan Lingtian asked him to stand. Qinyu, on the other hand, was shocked. Although he had heard from Chu Yan that the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was very courteous to Duan Lingtian, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so courteous to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked him to take a seat, he looked at Long Fei Yun hesitantly. In the end, he sat down and waited to see Long Fei Yun's reaction. He thought no matter how courteous Long Fei Yun was to Duan Lingtian, he would be displeased when Duan Lingtian asked him to take a seat first. After all, his status was not worth mentioning in front of Long Fei Yun. However, to his surprise, not only was Long Fei Yun not displeased, but he even felt it was only right. Moreover, he discovered Long Fei Yun's gaze was much gentler when he looked at him. Moreover, there was even a hint of flattery in his eyes. You could not help but feel shocked. He felt as though this was the first time he had met Duan Lingtian. He was curious about what Duan Lingtian had gone through since Duan Lingtian left King Qin's mansion with the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. How did Duan Lingtian gain the respect of the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? To Duan Lingtian, Qinyu was his first friend since he came to the spirit overarching heaven. Although he treated Long Fei Yun as his friend, there was a mutual benefit between them. However, the relationship between him and Long Fei Yun was ultimately one of mutual benefit. It was completely different from his friendship with Qinyu. In his heart, Qinyu was a bit more important than Long Fei Yun. Qinyu, you still haven't told me why you're here, Duan Lingtian asked. I came here with my uncle, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom has 30 spots for the Grand Contest of the Wasteland. 2 of them are from King Qin's mansion. You know them. They're Chu Yan and Yang Jin. Qinyu said. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he asked, How did you know I'm here? Duan Lingtian was surprised that Qinyu was able to find him. Well, it's all thanks to Chu Yan. Qinyu told Duan Lingtian about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts and how he came to this place. He also told Duan Ling Tian that someone close to Duan Ling Tian had killed the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian. Finally, as if he had recalled something, Qin Yu raised his hand and took out a portrait. He unfolded it and placed it on the stone table before him. This is... Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened when he saw the portrait. He did not expect Qin Yu to have a portrait of Huan Er. The woman in the portrait was indeed Huan Er's true appearance. She was peerless and flawless. Even if it was just a portrait, the charm of the person in the portrait seemed to be able to overshadow everything in the surroundings. On the other hand, Long Feiyun, who was on the other side, was completely dumbfounded. The woman in the portrait was drawn vividly and lifelike. That perfect and peerless appearance caused him, who usually did not get close to women, to be unable to help but have traces of ripples arise in his heart. Moreover, once his emotions were stirred up, he was no longer able to control himself. This was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman in his life. She was so perfect that it made his heart tremble. It was as though she was the most beautiful woman in the world. "Why do you have this portrait?" Duan Ling Tian's expression was grave. The reason he asked Huan to wear a veil and hat was because he did not want her true appearance to be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring him trouble. Not long ago, he asked Huan to kill the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's floating image pearl, because he did not want anyone to know about Huan Er's true appearance. Initially, he thought he would be safe once he took the floating image pearl away. He did not expect Qin Yu to take out a portrait of Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian could only imagine. If this portrait was exposed to the people in Tai City, it would bring Huan a lot of trouble. Who were the people in Tai City at this moment? Apart from the people from the various celestial kingdoms, there were also people from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Most of them were high-ranking officials from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, and most of them were celestial dukes. Among them, there were definitely some who were obsessed with women. This portrait, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. When Qin Yu saw Duan Ling Tian's grave expression, he told Duan Ling Tian about how the portrait was spread throughout the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Then he added, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom should have confirmed that the woman wearing a veil and hat next to you is the woman in the portrait. The woman in the portrait is Miss Huan. Long Feiyun's eyes widened when he heard Qin Yu's words. Shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. At the same time, he looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze, as though he was waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply. That Shirley is really a madman. Chapter 2775. Although Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Long Feiyun's question, Long Feiyun was able to get an answer based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction. I didn't expect Miss Huan Er's true appearance to be so perfect. Any normal man would be tempted by her, right? No wonder she always wears a veil and hat. If she didn't, she would have attracted a lot of trouble. Long Feiyun thought to himself. Although he had known Duan Ling Tian and Huan for a long time, he had never seen Huan Er's face since she always wore a veil and hat in front of everyone except Duan Ling Tian. Now that he had seen Huan Er's face through Qin Yu's portrait, he could not help but feel shocked. Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly and said, If you ask her to kill the sixth prince and the others, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom will be furious. Since he's wary of your relationship with the 13th prince, he won't be able to do anything to you in the open. However, he can secretly plot against Huan. As Qin Yu spoke, he shifted his gaze to the 13th prince before he shifted his gaze to the portrait on the table. The person in the portrait was so lifelike that it was as though she could captivate all living things. For example, he can expose this portrait to the public. At that time, everyone will know that Duan Ling Tian has such a peerless beauty by your side. I'm afraid many high-ranking members of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland would be interested in such a beautiful woman. Qin Yu's words revealed Long Fei Yun's misgivings. His misgivings were the same as Duan Lingtian's misgivings. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's expression darkened further. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Long Fei Yun realized the severity of the matter. His eyes flashed coldly as he said bluntly, I'll go to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and warn the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. If the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom dares to expose this portrait, I, Long Fei Yun, won't let this matter rest. At the end of his sentence, Long Fei Yun's tone revealed a hint of viciousness. Naturally, Long Fei Yun was not referring to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his strength, he was not a threat to the Emperor of an intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although he was not a threat to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's Emperor, he could still threaten the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's subordinates. It would not be difficult for him to kill 2 princes of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. After that, Long Fei Yun walked out, and Duan Lingtian did not stop him. It wasn't that Duan Lingtian didn't want to stop him, but that Duan Lingtian was thinking about how to deal with it, because he had a strong intuition. At this moment, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom had most likely spread the news of Huan Er's portrait and her presence in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. Long Fei Yun hurriedly left the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Along the way, he heard many people discussing the portrait. Did you see the portrait? You're talking about the portrait of a perfect and peerless beauty? Yes, I saw it. It said that she's staying in the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I heard that the woman is close to the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. To be more precise, she's close to someone who's close to the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Fei Yun's expression darkened when he heard the discussions. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he thought to himself, Damn it! The Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is so fast. Although Long Fei Yun felt the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom deserved to die, he was not surprised by the outcome. If he were in the Emperor's shoes, he would have done the same. Meanwhile, in the residence that the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Your Majesty, according to your order, we've spread the woman's portrait throughout Tai Yi City. We've also spread the news that the woman is with the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. A middle-aged man respectfully reported to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Your Majesty, more than half of the people in Tai Yi City know that the woman is by the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's side. Your Majesty, according to your orders, I've personally delivered the portrait of that woman to Elder Tungqing of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. I've also informed him of her whereabouts. Your Majesty, according to your orders, I've also personally delivered the portrait of that woman to Guardian Xuelang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. I've also informed him of her whereabouts. Your Majesty, I've also spoken to Elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and delivered the portrait to him as well. A group of people stood below the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom as they respectfully reported to the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Good, good. Very good. Yun Qiling, the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, said ferociously, I'd like to see if the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom will be able to protect that woman. How dare you kill my son? I'll make you beg for death. So what if you're strong and have a backer? Don't tell me you're stronger than the high-ranking officials from the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland. Perhaps you won't die, but you're destined to become one of those people's playthings. Perhaps you'll become one of their playthings. Yun Qiling muttered under his breath. His tone was so vicious that it sent chills up the spines of those who heard it. Based on his words, it was clear he was determined to kill Shirley, the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Juan, as for the purple-clad young man, I can't kill you, but I'm sure you won't feel good if the woman by your side becomes another person's plaything, right? Ha ha ha. After muttering to himself for a while, Yun Chi Ling burst out laughing. His laughter was a little crazy, which made the people below feel a little creeped out, but no one dared to frown. Whether it was Elder Tung Ching of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Guardian Xuelang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, or Elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, they were known in the wasteland for being lustful. Coincidentally, all three of them were in Tai Yi City. Therefore, Yun Chi Ling ordered people to spread Huan Er's portrait and her whereabouts throughout Tai Yi City. At the same time, he also ordered people to send Huan Er's portrait and whereabouts to Ting Qing, Xuelang, and Huang Chao. How can there be such a peerless beauty in this world? I must have her. She can only belong to me. When Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, saw Huan Er's portrait, his face flushed red. His eyes shone with a lecherous light that seemed capable of illuminating everything. She's at the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's residence. After confirming Huan Er's whereabouts, Huang Chao left his residence without any hesitation and made his way to the residence the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. This woman, I want her for sure. Such a perfect woman is worthy of me, Xuelang, to personally make a trip. Meanwhile, Ting Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, and Xuelang, a guardian of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, made their way to the residence as well. It was as though there was a peerless treasure in the residence the Tai Yi Celestial Sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. In their eyes, a peerless beauty like Huan was no different from a peerless treasure. All three of them wanted to get close to her and take her for themselves. What a beautiful woman! Heavens, there's such a peerless beauty in this world. She's from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? I heard she's with the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. When did such a peerless beauty appear in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? I don't know anything about it. To think that I claim to know about the affairs of the 100 nations. I'm so embarrassed. While the three lecherous high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were making their way to the residence of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, similar rumors were spreading all over Tai Yi City. In just half a day, everyone in Tai Yi City learned that there was a peerless beauty among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom who had come for the grand contest of the wasteland. The peerless beauty was only a portrait of her. Once it was unfurled, it seemed as though everything around her would pale in comparison. While Tai Yi City was in an uproar, the residence of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not peaceful either. The woman who always wears a veil and hat by the 13th Prince's side actually has such a peerless beauty? I didn't expect this. She seems to be the woman of the mysterious, purple-clad young man by the 13th Prince's side. Now that her true appearance has been exposed, I'm afraid it'll bring about a lot of trouble. Such a beautiful woman is rare in the world. Any man would be tempted by her beauty. If I'm capable, I'll definitely kidnap her and make her my woman. That purple-clad young man doesn't seem to be simple. I wonder if he'll be able to protect the woman by his side now that her true appearance has been exposed to everyone in Tai Yi City. Among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, could not help but feel curious about Huan Er's beauty. Chapter 2776. Although the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, did not dare to have any evil thoughts about the beautiful woman in the portrait. First, the purple-clad young man next to the woman was a mystery. Long Dong Ping and the others did not dare to offend him. Second, the woman's portrait had spread throughout Tai City. There was no doubt some high-ranking powerhouses from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland were interested in her. For this reason, despite the commotion in the huge mansion, the courtyard where Duan, Ling, Tian, and Huan were staying in was peaceful and tranquil. There were no disturbances at all. Naturally, this was only the calm before the storm. Brother Duan, Miss Huan, Er's appearance has been exposed to everyone in Tai City. We don't have to worry about the high-rank celestial kingdoms in Tai City, but we have to be wary of the powerhouses from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, reminded Duan Lingtian solemnly as soon as he returned. I didn't expect the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to act so quickly. Qin Yu's expression was unsightly. Although he did not know the relationship between the woman next to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, he did not want anything to happen to her even if she was only Duan Lingtian's friend. He treated Duan Lingtian as his friend. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's friend was his friend as well. As soon as Long Fei Yun finished speaking, before Duan Lingtian could reply, a thunderous voice rang in the courtyard. At this moment, a thunderous voice rang from outside the courtyard. I'm Huang Chao, the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect. Summon the woman in the portrait to me. The voice was transmitted from the front yard of the large mansion. Clearly, the person who spoke had already arrived at the front yard of the mansion. The sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect? Long Fei Yun narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice. His expression was grave as he muttered to himself. As far as I know, the sect guardian elders of the Tai Celestial sect are all celestial dukes. If this Huang Chao is really the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect, he must be a celestial duke. Long Fei Yin muttered to himself with a grim expression on his face. A celestial duke. Although the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they did not have a single celestial duke. Celestial dukes were a duke, celestial duke was a celestial duke. The guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect? A celestial duke, celestial duke? Hearing Long Fei Yun's words, Qin Yu suddenly stood up. At the same time that he displayed a worried expression, his pupils also couldn't help but fiercely shrink. Although he was prepared for the appearance of the woman to attract the attention of the high-ranking officials of the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, he did not expect the woman would be the first to appear. He's an elder of the Tai Celestial sect? When Duan Ling Tian heard the voice from outside, there was finally a slight change in his expression that did not change at all. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were staying in a mansion arranged by the Tai Celestial sect. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance, dressed in flowery robes, could be seen standing in the courtyard. A middle-aged man dressed in a robe stood there motionless like a statue. However, although the yellow-clothed middle-aged man stood there like a statue, he seemed to be exuding a superior and aloof aura. The sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect, he said. He's the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect? Based on what I know, even the weakest sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect is a one basic celestial duke. In other words, he's a celestial duke? I didn't expect the woman standing next to the purple-clad young man would be the first to appear. The powerhouse from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland must be the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect. A sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect is strong enough to defeat the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. No wonder I felt a lofty aura from him. As it turns out, he's a celestial duke. It's normal for a celestial duke to have such an aura. Initially, there were not many people in the courtyard. However, As time passed, more and more people gathered in the courtyard. Apart from the young powerhouses below the age of 100 who came to Tai City to participate in the grand contest of the wasteland, there were also people from the various mansions of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a few princes and their subordinates. His Majesty hasn't arrived yet? The sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect won't attack us because of our rudeness, right? The group of people was waiting for the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to arrive so they could greet the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect. At the same time, many of them were worried that the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect would attack them out of anger if they did not greet him. Just as these people were starting to worry, a voice came from the mansion again. Elder Huang Chao has graced us with your presence. Long Dongping has failed to welcome you properly. I hope Elder Huang Chao can forgive me. Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who was dressed in a dragon robe, walked into the courtyard with a few middle-aged men and old men. All of them bowed respectfully at the yellow-clad, middle-aged man. Greetings, Elder Huang Chao. Those who had arrived earlier quickly followed suit and bowed respectfully at the yellow-clad, middle-aged man. You're the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Huang Chao asked indifferently as he looked at Long Dongping. He did not treat Long Dongping politely because he thought Long Dongping was the Emperor of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Yes, Long Dongping hurriedly replied. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. I've long heard that the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Immortal Kingdom, Yun Qiling, is a crafty person. I didn't expect him to spread the woman's portrait throughout Tai City and let him know of her existence. Long Dongping had long heard about Huang Chao, the sect guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect. He knew Huang Chao was a man who could not move his feet without a woman. However, he was rather surprised that Huang Chao was the first to arrive. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized Huang Chao was the first to arrive. Huang Chao was most likely here because of Yun Qiling from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, Huang Chao would not have come in such a short time. You heard what I said earlier. Hurry up and bring the woman out to see me. As soon as Long Dongping responded, Huang Chao raised his hand and the portrait in his hand flew out. It floated in the air in front of Long Dongping and displayed itself in front of him. A woman with a peerlessly beautiful face and a perfect figure stood in the portrait. She was the center of attention in just a blink of an eye. Although most of the people present had seen the portrait before, they could not help but feel excited when they saw it again. Elder Huang Chao! Long Dongping was about to voice out his dilemma when a gentle voice rang in his ears. A slightly feminine voice seemed to come from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was transmitted into the ears of everyone present. It was like thunder reverberating in their ears. Huang Chao, you're quite fast. If I was a little slower, I'm afraid you would have taken the beauty away. As soon as the voice rang in the air, everyone reacted. Swoosh! A figure that was like the wind once again appeared in the front courtyard of the mansion. He stood not far from Huang Chao and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Humph! That beauty, I want her. Both of you, go back to where you came from. Before everyone's eyes could fall on the figure that was like the wind, another rough and full of energy voice sounded. Following that, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man appeared. Xuelang Tengqing. Huang Chao, the guardian elder of the Tai Celestial sect, had a grim expression on his face when he saw these two men. He did not expect these two men to come as well. One of them was a guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial sect, while the other was an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial sect. Both of them were celestial dukes like him. Although he already knew that these two people were also in Tai City, and knew that they were just like him, lustful, he did not expect them to be able to rush over in such a short period of time. Xuelang, Tengqing, Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, widened his eyes in shock when he heard Huang Chao's words. These two, they came as well. Although he had not met Xuelang or Teng Qing before, he had heard of them. Xuelang, a guardian of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, was a celestial duke. Teng Qing, an elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, was also a celestial duke. There are 5 high-ranking officials in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland who are known for being lustful. I didn't expect to see 3 of them here. Long Dongping sighed inwardly. However, this is to be expected. After all, the woman next to the purple-clad young man is indeed perfect. No normal man would be unmoved by her. It must be because the other 2 men aren't in Tai City right now. Otherwise, there would be 5 of them instead of 3. Long Dongping could not calm himself down for a long time. In just a blink of an eye, 3 celestial dukes had appeared in front of him. Not only that, the 3 high immortals seemed to have reached a consensus after exchanging glances with one another. Their gazes all landed on Qin Wentian at the same time. Chapter 2777. My lords, even Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who is a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, found it difficult to bear the pressure from the 3 celestial dukes. He wanted to express his concern about Duan Lingtian's extraordinary identity. He even wanted to tell the 3 celestial dukes that even Zhou Shuqiu, the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, did not dare to touch Duan Lingtian. He was confident that if he said this, the 3 celestial dukes would not hold it against him even if they did not back down. It's the 13th prince. Just as Long Dongping opened his mouth to speak, many people looked into the distance and cried out in surprise, interrupting Long Dongping's words. Long Dongping did not continue speaking. Instead, he followed the gazes of many people and looked into the distance. At this moment, 5 people were walking toward them. There were 4 people in the lead: a purple-clad young man, a golden-clad young man, a green-clad young man, and a white-clad young woman. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom immediately recognized the golden-clad young man. He was none other than Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. That's, however, the moment the group of people's eyes fell on Long Fei Yun. They tacitly shifted their attention to the white-robed woman. This was because the woman was too dazzling. She was like a luminous pearl that lit up the entire world. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. She exuded a cold aura that made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined like a celestial. The woman's perfect face, in particular, seemed to be the product of God's favoritism. There were no flaws in her face at all. It's the woman in the painting. Perfect. She's too perfect. The real person feels even more perfect than the person in the painting. The person in the painting is, after all, only a portrait. It lacks some charm and can't be compared to the real person. I never thought that there would be such a peerless beauty in this world. To be able to see such a beauty in this life, my life has not been in vain. I've seen her before, but she used to wear a veil and hat, so I couldn't see her face clearly. I really didn't expect that under that veil and hat there would be such a perfect face. The woman who had successfully attracted everyone's attention was none other than Huan Er. Since Huan Er's portrait had already spread throughout Tai City, there was no need for her to continue wearing the veil and hat. Therefore, before they left, Duan Lingtian asked Huan Er to remove the veil and hat. Huan Er was quite happy about this. It was as though she was oblivious to the danger she was in. Huan Er held onto Duan Lingtian's arm and leaned on him intimately. Her perfect face and Duan Lingtian's outstanding and handsome appearance made them look like a golden couple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the gazes that were as sharp as blades sweeping toward him. If these gazes could be materialized into swords, he would have been torn into pieces by now. In particular, the three gazes gave Duan Ling Tian a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of his heart. It was as though three gigantic mountains were pressing down on him, wanting to crush him. Elder Huang Chao of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, Guardian Xuelang of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Elder Ting Qing of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at the owners of the three gazes. No matter how fierce their gazes were, and how strong the pressure they gave him was, there was still no change in his expression. Apart from Huan and Long Fei Yun, Duan Lingtian was accompanied by Qin Yu. Qiuling was standing behind the four of them. Although Qiuling was a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial, he could not help but tremble in fear when he saw the three celestial dukes from the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. Even a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial would not dare to act recklessly in front of celestial dukes, let alone a heaven-rank, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Even a one basic celestial duke was not a match for a peak, overarching, heavenly supreme celestial. Gentlemen, now that the beauty is here, shouldn't we discuss who she belongs to? Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, retracted his gaze from Duan Lingtian and looked at Xuelang, the guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, and Teng Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. At this moment, Huang Chao no longer looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. It was not only Huang Chao, even Xuelang and Teng Qing did not spare Duan Lingtian another glance after they retracted their gazes. It was as though Duan Lingtian did not exist. In fact, they did not care about Duan Lingtian at all. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a nobody. Even if he had a good relationship with Long Fei Yin, the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he was not worth mentioning. If they wanted to, they could kill the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom at any time. If they killed the 13th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not only would the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom not be angry, but the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would even apologize to them. This was the power of celestial dukes. I agree with Elder Huang Chao. Xuelang, the guardian of the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, agreed with Huang Chao and looked at Teng Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Whether it was Huang Chao or Xuelang, both of them were two-form celestial dukes. Moreover, they knew each other's cultivation bases. Due to this reason, they knew they could not fight each other head-on since it would only result in both of them being injured. That was not something that any of them wanted to see. Apart from that, they also knew Ting Qing was a two-form celestial duke, just like them. Therefore, they thought Ting Qing had no choice but to negotiate with them over the beauty. I don't agree. Huang Chao and Xuelang thought Ting Qing would agree to discuss who the beauty belonged to. However, Teng Qing did not hesitate to say, I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking about how to share this beauty. However, I, Teng Qing, have no interest in sharing the woman I've taken a liking to. From today onward, she can only be my woman. Teng Qing glanced at Huang Chao and Xuelang indifferently before he shifted his gaze to Huan again. It was as though she was his property. Teng Qing, Huang Chao and Xuelang's expressions changed drastically as they glared at Teng Qing. Teng Qing, do you think we're invisible? We're both two-form celestial dukes. Even if you're stronger than both of us, do you think you'll be a match for us if we join forces? Huang Chao and Xuelang looked at Teng Qing as though they were looking at an idiot. They thought Teng Qing was being delusional. Two-form celestial dukes? Teng Qing smiled. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Huang Chao and Xuelang. You're welcome to try. When Huang Chao and Xuelang saw Teng Qing smile, although it gave them a bone-chilling feeling, after they looked at each other, they still moved out in unison and rushed towards Tingqing. Although Tangqing's confidence made them think of a fearful thought at the same time, they still wanted to test it out. Humph! Tangqing was not surprised by Huang Chao and Xuelang's attacks. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like raging dragons. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Tangqing's celestial dukes were extremely powerful. As soon as Huang Chao and Xuelang made their moves, their celestial origin energies surged like two spiritual snakes. As they moved, they seemed to give their celestial origin energies greater strength. Tangqing's celestial origin energy surged out of his body like spiritual snakes, causing his celestial origin energy to overpower Huang Chao and Xuelang's celestial origin energy. Bang! Before the onlookers could react, Tangqing had already exchanged blows with Huang Chao and Xuelang. An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. Following the loud noise, waves of terrifying shockwaves exploded in the front yard of the mansion. Boom! Rumble! The front yard of the mansion shook violently. Powerful shockwaves swept through the area where Tangqing, Huang Chao, and Xuelang were fighting, leaving a huge crater under their feet. Around the huge pit, the ground in the front yard of the residence cracked open like a spider web. Sinister cracks spread out, covering the entire residence in the blink of an eye, and even spreading out of the residence. Immediately, even the streets outside the mansion shook as if an intense earthquake had occurred. What's going on? What a huge commotion. Isn't this the place the Tai Celestial sect arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to stay? What's going on inside? Is it because of the woman in the painting? It's very likely. However, such a commotion isn't something an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial can cause, right? Even a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial wouldn't be able to cause such a commotion, right? Many passers-by and those who lived nearby were shocked and confused by the commotion in the residence that the Tai Celestial sect had arranged for the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 2778. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was a high-rank celestial kingdom. Moreover, the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were led by their emperor. For this reason, the treatment provided by the Tai Celestial sect to the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not something intermediate or low-rank celestial kingdoms could compare to. The mansion that the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were staying in was extremely spacious. Just the front yard alone was as big as the mansion that the Tai Celestial sect had arranged for the people from low-rank celestial kingdoms. However, even such a large front yard was now in a complete mess, as if it had just experienced a natural disaster storm. The entire front yard's brick ground, as well as the flowers and trees, were all lifted up and was in a mess. So this is the strength of a celestial duke. According to Guardian Xuelang from the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, he, Elder Huang Chao from the Tai Celestial Sect, and Elder Tingqing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect are all two-form celestial dukes. Celestial dukes are divided into 9 stages. One basic celestial duke is the weakest stage, while two-form celestial dukes are stronger than one basic celestial dukes. If they're all two-form celestial dukes, it's normal for them to cause such a huge commotion. Didn't you notice that even though we're at the center of the battle between the 3 celestial dukes, the shockwaves from their attacks seem to be intentionally avoiding us? That seems to be the case. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom could not help but flee when they saw the chaotic energy wreaking havoc in the front yard of the mansion. At the same time, they discovered that there was a huge commotion in the air. They discovered that the shockwaves from the 3 celestial dukes' attacks did not affect them at all. It was as though the shockwaves from the 3 celestial dukes' attacks were intentionally avoiding them. In fact, Huang Chao, Xuelang, and Tangqing had intentionally avoided the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. First, It was because they didn't want to hurt the beauty that they all wanted to own. Second, they did not want to hurt the young powerhouses from the soaring dragon celestial kingdom who were younger than 100 years old. These young powerhouses were here for the grand contest of the wasteland. If something happened to them, they would not be able to answer to their sect leader. While the crowd was discussing, they looked down and found that the place where they were originally standing, the entire front yard of the mansion, had already been enveloped by a layer of dust. A moment later, the dust had completely dispersed. At the same time, the front yard of the mansion, which had turned into ruins, clearly appeared before their eyes. Most of the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, were stunned when they saw the ruined courtyard. They did not expect the 3 celestial dukes would be able to turn the courtyard into such a state with just a single strike. Its destructive power was shocking and appalling. Duan, Lingtian, Huan and the others stood side by side in the sky as they looked down. Unlike Long Feiyun, Qin Yu, and Qiuling, Duan Lingtian looks at the ruins beneath his feet with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Huan who was standing beside him, was holding his hand. Her expression was calm, as though she was not surprised by what was happening. 3 talents, celestial dukes. Duan Lingtian looked at the towering figure standing in the middle of the ruins. The towering figure was none other than Tingqing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect. He stood at his original position. Even though the entire front yard of the mansion had been reduced to ruins, his position did not change at all. It was as if the impact of the power just now did not affect him at all. A few hundred meters in front of him, 2 disheveled figures stood on the other side of the front yard. They were none other than Huang Chao, an elder of the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and Xuelang, a guardian of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Blarg, barf. As if they had discussed this beforehand, Huang Chao and Xuelang both spat out a large mouthful of congested blood after their bodies trembled violently. After spitting out the congested blood, their faces were as white as a sheet of paper, without a trace of blood in them. After a while, Huang Chao and Xueling caught their breaths as if they had discussed it beforehand. They raised their heads and looked at Tingqing, who was standing hundreds of meters away. Their faces were filled with shock as they cried out in surprise. They exclaimed in shock, "Tingqing, you've become a 3-talent celestial duke!" The 2 of them cried out in unison, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. 3 talents, celestial duke! Apart from Duan Lingtian and Huan, who were standing next to him, everyone else's expression turned solemn when they heard Huang Chao and Xuelang's words. 3 talents, celestial dukes. 3 talent celestial dukes were stronger than 1 basic celestial dukes and 2 form celestial dukes. They were considered elites among celestial dukes. Even in the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland, there were less than 23 talents celestial dukes. According to Elder Huang Chao from the Tai Yi Celestial Sect and Guardian Xuelang from the Thousand Spider Celestial Sect, it seems like Elder Tingqing from the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect has only recently become a 3 talents celestial duke. Quite a few people realized this. No wonder Elder Tingqing was so confident earlier when he said he wanted to have the beauty all to himself. As it turns out, he's a 3 talent celestial duke. Elder Huang Chao and Guardian Xuelang are only 2 form celestial dukes. Naturally, they won't be able to win against him. It seems like the beauty is going to fall into Elder Tingqing's hands today. Many people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom whispered among themselves as they looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. A hint of pity could be seen in their eyes. It was as though they could already see Huan falling into Tingqing's hands. "Do the 2 of you still want to compete with me?" Tingqing asked as he glanced at Huang Chao and Xuelang indifferently. Upon hearing Tingqing's words, Huang Chao and Xuelang exchanged a glance. Their expressions darkened immediately, but neither of them said a word. After all, they knew Ting Qing had already broken through and became a 3 talents celestial duke. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for Ting Qing. For this reason, they could only watch helplessly as Ting Qing took away the beauty they had been dreaming of. "Gentlemen, I'll be taking the beauty away first." When Ting Qing saw that Huang Chao and Shuai Lang were silent, he laughed heartily and soared into the air like an eagle. He flew toward Huan, Er's direction like he was riding a cloud. His speed was neither fast nor slow, and he attracted everyone's attention. Among the people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, those who were aware of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary background, including Long Dongping, the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, turned to look at Duan Lingtian. All of them were curious. They wondered if Duan Lingtian would be able to protect the woman next to him. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was in a dilemma. If Duan Lingtian wanted to protect the woman next to him, he would have to reveal his identity and use his powerful background to scare Ting Qing away. After all, Ting Qing was a 3-talent celestial duke. His strength was far from what he could compare to. Swoosh! Just as Ting Qing was about to reach Huan, a purple figure appeared in front of her and shielded her from Ting Qing's gaze. This caused Ting Qing's expression to darken in an instant. "Brett, you're seeking death." Ting Qing's eyes flashed coldly as a celestial origin energy surged out of his body. It was as though he was about to kill Duan Lingtian, who was shielding Huan. "I'll give you a chance." Ting Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent, as though he would attack Duan Lingtian at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian looked at Ting Qing calmly and said, "Get out of my sight within the span of 3 breaths. I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise..." Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Ting Qing interrupted him with a sneer on his face. "Otherwise what?" Ting Qing looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said, "You're just an ant from a celestial kingdom of the wasteland. How dare you order me to get out of your sight? If an ant like you doesn't die today, I, Ting Qing, will no longer be able to establish myself in this vast, desolate region." As soon as Ting Qing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic beast that was about to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. I have to say, I'm very disappointed in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect because of you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Ting Qing indifferently as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Long Fei Yin and said, 13th Prince, I might not be able to keep my promise to you and join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. However, even if I don't join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, I'll still help you achieve your goal. You don't have to worry about that. Long Fei Yin was the only one who understood Duan Lingtian's words at this moment. Duan Lingtian's meaning was clear. Even if he did not join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, he would still help Long Fei Yin become the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Before Long Fei Yin could respond to Duan Lingtian, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Ha ha ha! Ting Qing's celestial origin energy surged as he burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at an idiot. Disappointed in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? Not joining the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect? After a while, Ting Qing stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said, Do you think the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect is a place where just anyone can join? Chapter 2779. When Duan Lingtian appeared in front of Huan, and shielded her, most of the people present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Naturally, there were also some people who were aware of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary origin, including Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. They were eager to see Duan Lingtian reveal his origin to intimidate Teng Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. After all, Zhou Shuqiu, the third miss of the Zhou clan, did not make a move against Duan Lingtian. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary origin. Otherwise, why would the third miss of the Zhou clan, who is the direct disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, be so afraid of Duan Lingtian? As soon as Ting Qing finished speaking, the scene before everyone's eyes caught everyone by surprise. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Long Fei Yun, Qiu Ling, and Duan Lingtian, everyone was stunned. As soon as Teng Qing finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi, 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 Qi. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and flipped his right palm. A wisp of gray flame danced on his palm as the sound of burning flames reverberated in the air. As the gray flames danced, waves of frightening aura were emitted from the gray flames, giving everyone present a bone-chilling feeling. That's a celestial fire. As soon as the gray flame appeared above Duan Lingtian's palm, someone cried out in surprise. He was certain the gray flame was a celestial fire. It's indeed a celestial fire. Moreover, it doesn't seem like an ordinary celestial fire. I've seen a primitive celestial fire before, so I'm certain the celestial fire isn't a primitive celestial fire because its aura is much stronger than a primitive celestial fire. I was fortunate enough to see a mediocre celestial fire once. However, even a mediocre celestial fire can't compare to this. If a mediocre celestial fire is inferior to it, doesn't that mean it's a prominent celestial fire? High-grade celestial fire. The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom discussed among themselves as they looked at the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's palm. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. A high-grade celestial fire. If the purple-clad young man possessed a prominent celestial fire, did it not mean he was a prominent celestial alchemist or prominent celestial weapons craftsman? Do you remember how the 13th prince willingly gave up a Duke-grade celestial weapon in exchange for a prominent celestial pill cauldron after he won the first place in Su Rong Palace? Of course I remember. At that time, we all thought that the 13th prince was crazy. What about now? Do you still think the 13th prince is crazy? Does this mean the 13th prince wanted a prominent celestial pill cauldron because of this purple-clad young man? I don't think there's any other explanation. I can't believe there's a prominent celestial alchemist by the 13th prince's side. At the same time, many people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom recalled how the 13th prince had exchanged a Duke-grade celestial weapon for a prominent celestial pill cauldron during the selection in the Su Rong Palace in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. At that time, they thought the 13th prince was crazy. After all, a Duke-grade celestial weapon was far more valuable than a prominent celestial pill cauldron. However, now that they saw the purple-clad young man by the 13th prince's side summoning a prominent celestial fire, they no longer thought the 13th prince had made the right choice. After all, befriending a prominent celestial alchemist was much more valuable than a Duke-grade celestial weapon. Everyone is drunk, and I'm the only one awake. That day in Su Rong Palace, the 13th prince probably felt this way. To think that I thought that the 13th prince had gone mad. But now, it seems like the one who's gone mad isn't the 13th prince, but us. The 13th prince is indeed the most outstanding prince in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even the 4th prince and the 7th prince can't compare to him. Unlike back in Shirong Palace, everyone was praising Long Feiyun, the 13th prince. The expressions of the 4th and 7th princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom turned unsightly when they heard the discussions around them. When they looked at Long Feiyun again, A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. Now, they were all very clear in their hearts. As long as Duan Lingtian was willing to help their 13th brother become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, they would have no chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Although they were unwilling to accept this, they knew that there was nothing they could do. The only exception was if they had a prominent celestial alchemist as well. However, that was almost impossible. A prominent celestial fire. Qin Yu, who was hovering in the air near Duan Lingtian, looked at the wisp of gray flame burning in Duan Lingtian's hand. When he finally regained his senses, he was also stunned. Duan Lingtian had become a prominent celestial alchemist? He found it hard to accept this fact. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. The scene in front of him was completely out of his expectations. He had been mentally prepared for Duan Lingtian to reveal his background to scare Ting Qing away. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would not reveal his background. Instead, he summoned his prominent celestial fire and revealed his identity as a prominent celestial alchemist. I didn't expect him to be a prominent celestial alchemist as well. Even if he didn't reveal his background, it's still enough to scare Ting Qing away. Long Dongping thought to himself. After that, he glanced at Long Feiyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. 13th brother is really lucky to be acquainted with such a person. If he had told me earlier that he wanted the prominent celestial pill cauldron for Ting Qing, I wouldn't have rejected him. Long Dongping sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He knew he had missed an opportunity to befriend a prominent celestial alchemist. A prominent celestial fire. He's a prominent celestial alchemist. Huang Chao and Xuelang, who originally thought they could only watch helplessly as the beauty was taken away by Ting Qing, were stunned when they saw the wisp of gray flame burning in Duan Lingtian's hand and heard the discussions in the surroundings. As celestial dukes, they were certain the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's hand was a prominent celestial fire. However, they could not tell if it was a celestial fire used for refining pills or refining weapons. However, when they heard the discussions in the surroundings, they realized Duan Lingtian's celestial fire was a celestial fire used for refining pills. At the same time, they also realized Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist. When Huang Chao and Xuelang regained their senses, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes as they looked at Duan Lingtian. A prominent celestial fire? Meanwhile, Ting Qing, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian, was horrified when he saw the gray flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, he hastily withdrew his celestial fire as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would notice his killing intent. What a joke! Once a prominent celestial fire was ignited by a prominent celestial fire, he would definitely die unless he was able to escape 1,000 meters away. In fact, even if he managed to escape 1,000 meters away, he would be severely injured. After all, a prominent celestial fire was capable of killing a celestial duke. Even the strongest celestial duke would most likely die if they were within 100 meters of a prominent celestial fire. Ting Qing was only a 3 talents celestial duke. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. I didn't expect you to be a prominent celestial alchemist. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Elder Ting Qing, aren't you going to take Huan Er away? Upon hearing Ting Qing's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Ting Qing calmly and said indifferently, Elder Ting Qing, if you're confident, you're welcome to try. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The expressions of everyone present, including the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, changed drastically. The expressions of the other 2 celestial dukes, Huang Chao and Xuelang, changed drastically as well. A hint of panic could be seen in their eyes. After all, if Tung Ching made a move to capture the woman, then the violet-clothed young man would most probably detonate the high-grade celestial flame in his possession. At that time, not only would Tung Ching die, even they would be heavily injured, even if they survived. Tung Ching's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He was in a dilemma. Did he dare to make a move now? Although he was confident in his speed, his opponent could detonate the prominent celestial fire with just a thought. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. After all, if he lost, he would be reduced to ashes. In his opinion, it was not worth risking his life for a woman, no matter how perfect the woman was. Tung Ching's face turned green and white as he did not know how to respond to Duan Lingtian's question. All of a sudden, Master Duan, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky, piercing everyone's ears like thunder. Although the voice was loud, one could hear the politeness in it. The voice came from the sky and entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked up in unison. This voice. Chapter 2780. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure descended from the sky. His speed seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared not far away from the crowd. As his body moved, it seemed to contain the profundity of heaven and earth. He was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a square face and stubble all over his face. There was a red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows that was particularly eye-catching. Huang Chao greets the left guardian of Dharma. Before the others could react, Huang Chao, the elder of the Tai celestial sect, stepped forward and bowed respectfully at the burly middle-aged man. In the depths of Huang Chao's eyes, there was a hint of confusion. As far as he knew, Guardian Tai of the Tai celestial sect was not interested in women. Since that was the case, why would he appear here? That's not right. Protector Tai seemed to be greeting that purple-clothed young man. Huang Chao's eyes widened when he recalled something. Moreover, Guardian Tai seemed to be very polite back then. Could it be that Guardian Tai knows the prominent celestial alchemist? Huang Chao muttered to himself as he shifted his gaze from the burly middle-aged man to the purple-clad young man with a prominent celestial fire in his hand. Although it was likely that there was more than one celestial alchemist present, the celestial alchemist was still a celestial alchemist. However, only a prominent celestial alchemist would be treated so politely by the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai celestial sect. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was none other than the purple-clad young man whom the left guardian of Dharma had mentioned. If I knew Guardian Tai was acquainted with him, I wouldn't have come no matter how much I wanted this woman. No, even if I knew he was a prominent celestial alchemist, I still wouldn't have come. Now, Huang Chao was thoroughly regretting his decision. I hope Protector Tai won't punish me for my recklessness. After all, I didn't know Protector Tai knew him. Huang Chao prayed in his heart. As an elder of the Tai celestial sect, he was naturally aware of the hot temper of the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect. He could only hope that the left guardian of the Tai celestial sect did not have a close relationship with the young man. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Greetings, Protector Tai. Greetings, Protector Tai. Elder Tung Ching from the Martial Dragon, Celestial Sect, and Guardian Xuelang from the Thousand Spiders, Celestial Sect regained their senses as well. When they regained their senses, they bowed respectfully at the newcomer, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. At the same time, the others also came back to their senses and focused their attention on the burly middle-aged man. Elder Huang Chao of the Tai celestial sect addressed him as Guardian Tai. Elder Tung Ching from the Martial Dragon celestial sect and Guardian Xuelang from the Thousand Spiders celestial sect address him as Guardian Tai. Is it possible that he's the left guardian of Dharma from the Tai celestial sect? As many people whispered to each other, they could vaguely guess the identity of the person who had come. The left guardian of Dharma from the Tai E Celestial sect? The left guardian of Dharma, who has recently become a 7-star celestial duke. A 7-star celestial duke. Many people could not help but recall the news of Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect, breaking through and becoming a 7-star celestial duke. A 7-star celestial duke. Even the sect leaders of the 3 major celestial sects of the wasteland were only 7-star celestial dukes. A 7-star celestial duke could be said to be at the peak of the wasteland. At the very least, that was what most people thought. The burly middle-aged man, Tai Tai He, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect, ignored Huang Chao, Ting Qing, and Xuelang's respectful greetings. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing nearby. Master Duan, it seems like you're in trouble. Tai Tai, he asked with a faint smile on his face. Guardian Tai. In response to Tai Tai He's question, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put the prominent celestial fire away. Then he said indifferently, You should know if I'm in trouble or not. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't just arrive, right? You should have arrived a long time ago, right? When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of wisdom could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Tai Tai. Tai Tai He, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, felt helpless under Duan Lingtian's wise gaze. He could only smile awkwardly. When Duan Lingtian put the prominent celestial fire away, Ting Qing, an elder of the martial dragon celestial sect, had a hint of killing intent in his eyes. However, when Tai Tai he saw Duan Lingtian's words and recalled how Tai Tai he had been polite to Duan Lingtian, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star celestial duke. It seemed like the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect was quite familiar with this prominent celestial alchemist. Moreover, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect was even more polite to this prominent celestial alchemist than to ordinary prominent celestial alchemists. This was because Tung Qing had seen the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect meeting with other prominent celestial alchemists. At that time, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect was not as polite as this. At that time, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect was only a 6 combinations celestial duke. Now, the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect was a 7-star celestial duke who was even stronger than a 6 combinations celestial duke. It seems like they know each other. Ting Qing's heart sank. This was the only thing he could think of. He did not expect Tai Tai He to be so polite to Duan Lingtian, not because he knew Duan Lingtian, but because Duan Lingtian was a prominent celestial alchemist who could refine the prominent celestial pill, the overarching heaven pill. What's going on? What's going on? The left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect seems to have a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. Even a prominent celestial alchemist shouldn't be so polite to a 7-star celestial duke, right? Is it possible that the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect is friends with Duan Lingtian? The people from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom exchanged glances with the people around them. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes, followed by shock and disbelief. They did not expect this to happen. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to have a close relationship with the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect. Didn't he say he wanted to join the Martial Dragon Celestial sect? Since he's so close to the left guardian of Dharma, isn't it better for him to join the Tai E Celestial sect? Long Dongping, the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, was puzzled when he recalled Duan Lingtian's words. Brother Duan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even Long Feiyun and Qin Yu had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had no idea what the situation before them was. Why was the left guardian of Dharma of the Tai E Celestial sect, a 7-star celestial duke, so close to Duan Lingtian? Guardian Tai, I don't like to beat around the bush, Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, looked at Tai Tai he calmly and said indifferently, You should know that I originally planned to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to Ting Qing, the elder of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect. Ting Qing's face paled immediately. If the prominent celestial alchemist was telling the truth, the sect leader and high-ranking officials of the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect would definitely blame him for losing a prominent celestial alchemist for the sake of a woman. Yes, Tai Tai, he nodded when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had already told him about this. Guardian Tai, you want me to join the Tai Celestial Sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and asked. Tai Tai, his eyes lit up as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Master Duan, why you're willing to join the Tai Celestial Sect? It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Tai Tai, he had arrived a long time ago. He was just hiding in the corner. When Duan Lingtian told Ting Qing that he was disappointed in the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect and refused to join the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, Tai Tai, he was present. He had also heard Duan Lingtian's words. At that time, Tai Tai, he was overjoyed. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was interested in joining the Tai Celestial Sect. Master Duan, if you join the Tai Celestial Sect, we won't mistreat you. We'll make you the chief celestial alchemist of the Tai Celestial Sect and do our best to satisfy your every need. Tai Tai, he said excitedly. Based on his words, it was as though he was trying his best to convince Duan Lingtian to join the Tai Celestial Sect. Upon hearing Tai Tai his words, the entire place fell silent. Chief celestial alchemist? After all, there were a few prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai Celestial Sect. However, they were treated equally in the Tai Celestial Sect. Since none of the prominent celestial alchemists were outstanding, there was no chief celestial alchemist in the Tai Celestial Sect. However, Tai Tai his words were clear. As long as Duan Lingtian agreed to join the Tai Celestial Sect, the Tai Celestial Sect would make him the chief celestial alchemist? If Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills were not superior to the other prominent celestial alchemists in the Tai Celestial Sect, the other prominent celestial alchemists would leave the Tai Celestial Sect out of anger. For this reason, the Tai Celestial Sect would not take the risk of making a prominent celestial alchemist their chief celestial alchemist. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.